Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Interim Finance Committee. This is the seventh Interim Finance Committee meeting of the 25-26 interim. And I'll welcome everyone joining us here in the committee room in Las Vegas and in Carson City and those listening online. I'm Senator Marilyn Dondero-Loop, and I will be chairing the meeting today. I would like to thank the committee members who have traveled with us to be here with us today. And will the secretary please call the roll?
Assembly Member Anderson.
Present.
Assembly Member Backus.
Present.
Assembly Member Brown May.
Here.
Assembly Member Carter for Assembly Member Watts.
Present.
Assembly Member Dickman. Assembly Member Hafen.
Here.
Assembly Member Hibbets.
Here.
Assembly Member Howdegi.
Here.
Assembly Member Koenig.
Here.
Assembly Member Mosca.
Here.
Assembly Member Nadim for Assembly Member Torres Fawcett.
Present.
Assembly Member O'Neill.
Here.
Assembly Member Yeager.
Here.
Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Senator Buck. Senator Neal. Senator Wynn.
Here.
Senator Scheibel for Senator Canizaro.
Here.
Senator Steinbeck. Senator Taylor.
Present.
Senator Titus.
Here.
Chair Dondero-Loop.
And I am here. Thank you very much. Please mark Senator Buck absent. And please mark any members who are not. I think we have everybody here, but if anybody arrives, please mark them present. Before we move on to today's agenda, I would like to go over the standard housekeeping rules. First, I'd like to remind all committee members and members of the public to turn off or mute your phones and devices. Secondly, for those of you providing testimony today, please remember to state and spell your name for the record. If you are presenting, you can sign in on the sign-in sheet. And please, if you have a business card, hand that to the committee secretary before leaving. Lastly, we will take a lunch break probably around noon, but the exact time, as you all know, because you've been here, sort of depends on where we're at in the agenda. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is public comment. This is the first period of public comment. There will be a second period at the end of the meeting. For those of you providing public comment, please remember to state and spell your name for the record and then begin your statement. To call in to provide public comment, please dial 888-475-4499. When prompted for the meeting ID, please enter 818-4990-6136 and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, press pound. The call-in information is also on the agenda. So I will begin here in Las Vegas with public comment. If you would like to provide public comment today, please come forward to the table. And those in Carson City, you can prepare yourself. We'll go there when we're done here. Thank you. Please go ahead when you are ready. I'm sorry, I can't see you. I have two heads in my way. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Dondero-Loop, members of the Interim Finance Committee, Nick Ciccone, NIC, CICCONE, representing the Clark County School District. CCSD supports the item I-4 on the work program list, which represents a focused approach to strengthening school accountability, particularly for schools identified by the Nevada Department of Education as persistently underperforming. Addressing this challenge requires a coordinated, multi-agency approach. The Nevada Department of Education, CCSD, ESC, CCEA, and UNLV are working collaboratively with each entity, contributing financial support to improve outcomes at these campuses. This $247,000 investment reflects a shared commitment to support these schools and to help their students succeed, including funding for on-ramp initiatives that bring teachers back ahead of the school year for targeted professional learning. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Dondero Loop and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Brenda Pearson, Pearson, and I represent the Clark County Education Association. CCA is also speaking in support of item I-4 on the work programs list. CCSD, CCEA, NDE, the Education Service Center, and UNLV are collaborating on SB 460 feeder school pilot project to support persistently underperforming schools in CCSD. The importance of this program is twofold. One, to improve student outcomes in underperforming schools, and two, to take a proactive approach to the accountability measures detailed in SB 460. Multiple hours of time have been invested to create a project that can support students and improve academic and behavioral supports in persistently underperforming schools. And this cannot be done overnight. CCSD and CCA have visited all 18 schools and approximately 1,000 frontline educators to share about the resources and anticipated outcomes. We have received feedback from frontline educators and administration to align the needed resources and support. And this feedback loop will continue by observing classroom instruction in all schools this month. CCA looks forward to continuing to work with all partners on this project and to make a difference in our schools for the community, for the state, families, and students. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Dondero Loop, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno. I'm Virginia Valentine, Virgina Valentine, and I'm President of the Nevada Resort Association. I'm here to speak on item M, regarding requests for allocations from IFC contingency account pursuant to Section 59 of Assembly Bill 4 of the 36th special session. The Nevada Resort Association supported AB4, particularly its tourism safety provisions, which strengthen protections for hospitality employees and guests while safeguarding Las Vegas's reputation as a safe and welcoming destination. These provisions appropriately focus on habitual offenders who repeatedly commit both serious and minor crimes that negatively impact guests, industry employees, resort operations, and ultimately the state's economy. AB4 authorizes the establishment of a specialty court dedicated to cases arising within the resort corridor and requires the regular reporting of information concerning related cases as they move through the judicial system. We've repeatedly advocated for the return of the specialty court known as the Resort Corridor Court. This court, along with consistent use of order outs, had a profound impact on recidivism rates in 2023 and 2024 while it was operating. As we have testified before, during the nearly 18 months the resort corridor was in operation, violent crime, property crime, and trespassing in the resort corridor were down all double-digit percentages, according to statistics from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and from what resort security experienced on the ground. However, a critical piece of the picture was always missing, and that is comprehensive data from the Justice Court. The stakeholders invested in the resort corridor's success, we continually ask for transparency from the Justice Court as it is essential to understanding what strategies were working, where gaps existed, and how best to address repeat offenders moving through the system. We advocated for the release of meaningful information from the resort court's inception. We also made multiple inquiries for statistics throughout the court's operation, and then again when the court ended, without the release of any fact-based data explaining the factors that led to its end. We've repeatedly offered to collaborate, and instead, we, the public, received opacity. Transparency is essential. Without reliable and consistent information, policymakers and the public cannot accurately evaluate what is most effective in addressing chronic offenders who threaten the safety and vitality of our tourism industry. We support the request for grant funding to assist the Las Vegas Justice Court in updating its systems and enabling their compliance with AB4. This step is critical to delivering the clarity better needed to understand the current conditions and identify the best strategies moving forward. We urge your support of the funding for the collection provisions of AB4. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think anybody else is at the table. We'll go to Carson City. Is there anyone at the table in Carson City?
Yes, there is. Good morning, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
good morning. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Adler, today representing Vitality Unlimited, that is SARAH, ADLER. So at your February IFC, Esther Quillisi, the CEO of Vitality Unlimited, and myself appeared before you to request additional funds for the ARPA project funded to Vitality Unlimited. Although we did not receive funds at that time, Vitality has courageously decided to go forward with this $5.8 million project, of which you have provided $3 million in ARPA. And fortunately, Carson City has provided $500,000. Yet, with the entirety of the expenses, Vitality is assuming responsibility for from $2.2 to $2.3 million, depending on how many change orders come in, as the one I experienced yesterday on site. We have broken ground, we are going forward, and our need for additional assistance and our request to Governor Lombardo and Director Greenemeyer and to you remains. Any assistance that could be offered would lighten the load for Vitality that who are currently incurring debt in order to make sure that this substance use disorder treatment beds come to fruition. I noticed today, for example, there's $886,000 in savings. Any portion of that would assist us in assuring that we can move forward in a timely manner. But I want to assure you of that. We have the ability to expend approximately $2.2 million between now and December 31st, should those funds become available. If you need places to be assured that money will get spent, we are here to help. We do appreciate your support, and it's been terrific to work with the ARPA team within the GFO. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else there at the table? Not hearing anyone. We will go to the phone lines. AVH, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press *9 or raise hand in the Zoom window to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 862, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Morrison, Morrison. I serve as Executive Director of the National Association of State Alcohol and Drug Agency Directors, or NASADAD, calling today in support of agenda item I-27, as our association was intimately involved with the creation and subsequent implementation of the State Opioid Response Grant, federal grant created in 2016. I've been with the association for over 25 years, supporting state territorial alcohol and drug agencies across the country, including Nevada's Division of Public and Behavioral Health. And as you know, federal statute requires the SOR grant to be directed to and managed by each state's respective alcohol and drug agency. And in turn, there's a federal expectation that state alcohol and drug agencies have the infrastructure and staffing levels needed to ensure the funds are managed effectively, and a federal expectation that the state alcohol and drug agency is empowered to coordinate SOR funds with other state and federal substance use grants. This ensures seamless care and avoids duplication of effort. This speaks to our work to help members like the Nevada Division of Public Behavioral Health connect with their peers to help each other and learn about best practices moving forward across the country. And with this in mind, our association created state-by-state issue briefs on the use of SOR funds to help share these innovations. We also hold regular all-states call to help members share and learn. Finally, our association helps connect members of federal agencies in real time to help navigate issues in short order. I thank the chair and the committee for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 107, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean O'Donnell, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Foundation for Recovery. We are Nevada's statewide recovery community organization, which has provided charitable support to Nevadans recovering from substance use and mental health disorders for over 20 years. Today, I'm giving public comment regarding agenda item I-27, state opioid response funding to the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. We are in support of item I-27. We have been a long time recipient of this funding, which has allowed us to provide no-cost recovery support and overdose prevention to communities across the state. Just in the past year, this funding has allowed us to expand supported employment programs, which organizes hands-on job training, workforce development counseling, and job placement for people recovering from opioid and stimulant disorders. We've also used this funding to expand housing for transitional age youth, up to 30 additional recovery housing beds in Clark County. And last year, it has allowed us to launch our door-to-door public health canvassing initiative through the Southern Nevada Health District, which aims to reach 100,000 households annually in Clark County to distribute life-saving overdose reversal medication, naloxone, and educate the public about local behavioral health resources. Among many other programs, this funding has been instrumental in supporting the mission of our organization and our efforts to reduce opioid overdoses in Clark County and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no callers wishing to participate in public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment, and we will go to items C, D, and E, which the committee will consider jointly. Members, in volume 1 of your meeting packet are the draft minutes from January 29th, 2025, April 3rd, 2025, and May 20th, 2025 meetings of the IFC. So unless there are any suggestions for edits or corrections to the minutes, I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second?
Oh, second.
Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we will go to the item F, which are the ARPA reports. This is an informational only item. So this will be the reports on the American Rescue Plan Act, coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. So we'll begin with F1, which will be presented by fiscal staff. So Ms. Crockett, when you're ready, please go ahead. We have replaced our ARPA guy with an ARPA girl. So we have a new song to sing. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm working on the song for the next meeting. Thank you, Chair Dondero-Loop, Monroe Moreno, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, Kathy Crockett with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I will walk through agenda item F1, which is the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund Obligations and remaining unobligated balance, and summarize the work program requests submitted for consideration today by the committee. The table should have been provided as a separate handout outside of the meeting packet. Members should have both electronic and hard copies. It is also available on the committee meeting webpage listed under meeting material, agenda item F1. At the top of the page is a high-level summary displaying actual expenditures for fiscal years 22 through 25. The amounts currently authorized, inclusive of the request before the committee today, and the remaining unobligated balance. If all requests submitted for consideration today are approved, there would be approximately $18,000 available for reallocation. This number is less than the amount identified by the Governor's Finance Office for potential reallocation of approximately $387,000. And I believe this is due to timing of reconciliation efforts and pending work program alignments, and will defer to their presentation to clarify and to address possible projects being considered to direct the savings to. As a reminder, in general, ARPA funds can be repurposed after the December 31st, 2024 obligation deadline, as long as the project that will receive the reobligated funds is an eligible project defined under ARPA program rules, and the project incurred an obligation as defined by the Federal Treasury by December 31st, 2024. With minor exceptions for administrative efforts, any remaining funding must be expended by December 31st, 2026. The table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on budgetary approval dates. Revisions or updates to existing rows following the last February IFC meeting are identified in red text. Beginning on page 27, there are 5 informational items before the committee day under agenda item G that were determined to require expeditious action and have been approved. These work programs deobligate funding and increase allocations to the campus for Hope to construct a new building, the Carson Tahoe Healing Our Kids project, and the Home Needs Nevada initiative. Agenda item 3 includes 3 work programs that require action to deobligate funding, realign budgetary authority, and to increase authority for the Home Needs Nevada initiative. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Committee, are there any questions on this item? All right. We'll look forward to the song. Thank you very much. You're off the hook. And we will move to F2, which will be presented by the Governor's Finance Office. Ms. Greenemeyer, when you are ready, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director for the Governor's Finance Office. And here with me in Carson City is also Deputy Director Curtis Palmer and Lisa Galloway, our ARPA coordinator. And before I get started, I kind of want to give a rundown of a list that I sent out the other day for the legislature to review. And this list is a list of projects that are requested from the grant recipients that have projects, and all these projects are eligible to reallocate funding to. So that's what this list is for. So they're eligible projects and they're open projects. And so they can be, as money comes in, we can reallocate. So that's what the list is for. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to Curtis Palmer to walk us through the spreadsheet that is provided.
Thank you, Director Greenemeyer. My name is Curtis Palmer, C-U-R-T-I-S-P-A-L-M-E-R. I am a Deputy Director for the Governor's Finance Office, for the record. As stated, I will present a statement of the American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds. The GFO, ARPA State Recovery Funds, report breaks the details into 3 separate tables. The first is a list of open projects. The second, projects with spending less than 50%. And third, a list of closed projects. As you're aware, we're in the final 8.5 months countdown to spend ARPA State Fiscal Recovery Funds by December 31st, 2026. The GFO ARPA team requires reporting from subrecipients to provide a spend plan and project status report on all active projects prior to each IFC meeting. The information is outlined in the tables provided, and I'll go through each of those. Open projects table, pages 1 through 6. On the top right side of page 1, a table was added showing 393 ARPA awards have been issued. 70.7%, or 278, are closed, and approximately 29.3%, or 115, are open and active. The left side of page 1 continues to provide a high-level summary displaying the actual expenditures for state fiscal year 2022 through state fiscal year 2025, and expenditures year-to-date for state fiscal year 2026, reflecting approximately 80.5% of the $2.7 billion has been reimbursed as of April 7th, 2026. The balance remaining for state fiscal year 26 and 27 is approximately $534.5 million. The subrecipient data reports collected in March reflect projected expenditures of $534,368,835, with $126,917 of savings identified to be redirected to other projects. Below the upper table is a list of open active projects listed in order by agency number. The first column is the LCB number that corresponds to Ms. Crockett's report to cross-reference for projects on the GFO table. The yellow highlighted columns, I through L, are a snapshot in time of the April 7th, 2026, based on the GFO declining balance ledgers, payments processed through our office. The orange highlighted columns, M through O, summarize expenditure projections provided by the subrecipients. Savings identified during the data collection of the project status reports and spend plans have been confirmed with the subrecipient for each project. Listed in column N, this column is further color-coded to break out specific actions for you today as listed in column N through O in rows 18 through 21. Orange is new savings identified from spend plans. Bright yellow are April IFC work programs to redirect funds. Green is pending closeout. Blue identifies information items found on agenda item G. Less than 50% spending concerns table, pages 7 through 8. This table lists in ascending order, beginning with 0% spent at the top. Column L is current spending percentage, with column N showing the progress made since the February IFC. 2 projects were added to the list, beginning for being 50% or less spent, rows 18 and 19. Please note that row 4, project for Campus for Hope, shows a negative spend as a result of receiving additional funds. The project status was provided directly by subrecipients. Information was collected as part of the data collection spend plan reports on March 25th, 2026. And then finally, the closed projects detail on pages 9 through 22, which is a list of finalized closed out projects. While most of the remaining projects seem to be progressing towards the goal of fully spending funds, these few projects on the 50% less spending are a concern. While we cannot forcefully take the funds back, we are pressuring the recipients to look closer at the reality of being able to spend funds and consider volunteering to return funds that cannot realistically be spent. As a matter of information, once an agency tells us they have identified funds to return, we request an immediate submittal of a deobligating work program so that we can begin allocating the funds to projects on the wait list. So far, we have approximately $127,000 in the queue to submit 15-day work programs as soon as next Monday. You know, sometimes we deal with all the numbers and processes and forget the real impact of the funds. With your, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to share 3 brief summaries of the impact of funds. The full-length versions provided by the subrecipients are available upon request. Nevada Rural Counties RSVP program. Good Neighbor program supports seniors and adults with disabilities by reducing social isolation through regular phone calls, virtual check-ins, and in-person visits from trained volunteers. Developed in response to heightened loneliness experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic, the program helps participants stay connected, improve emotional well-being, and maintain independence. Internal reports highlight that structured volunteer training and consistent social interaction have had a profound impact on reducing loneliness among rural Nevada seniors. YMCA Lifeguard Train to Work. YMCA's Train to Work program addressed Southern Nevada's lifeguard shortage by providing structured swim conditioning and certification preparation at no cost to youth and young adults. 245 participants built the skills needed to pass lifeguard prerequisite test, advanced to full certification, and were then connected with employment opportunities through YMCA and local agency partnerships, resulting in 225 certified individuals being offered lifeguard positions within 3 months of the program completion. This workforce pathway enhanced public safety staffing while helping underserved residents gain stable employment skills. And home-delivered meals for older adults. Aging and Disability Services Division, ARPA funding significantly strengthened meal delivery services and aging support programs across Nevada. In Washoe County, new branded meal delivery trucks and upgraded kitchen equipment enabled delivery of 2,310 additional weekly meals to older adults in Washoe County communities, and delivery of over 3,600 weekly meals to Our Place Shelter for nutrition resources for homeless women while ensuring long-term program stability in Washoe County. The Just One project was able to purchase a new refrigerated Meals on Wheels vehicle, significantly expanding their capacity. This investment enabled them to serve an additional 796 seniors with 75,805 meals. Senior citizens of Humboldt County expanded their delivery capacity and extended routes to previously unreachable rural households. This expansion allowed the program to increase the number of individuals served daily and provide a vital human connection of a daily wellness check. Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada used ARPA resources to upgrade large-scale kitchen infrastructure, enhancing the efficiency in producing and delivering Meals on Wheels to more than 2,400 homebound low-income seniors each day. While managing the ARPA funds seems stressful at times, the good that has been done and is continuing to be done and accomplished with these funds has a positive impact on the lives of Nevadans across the state. This concludes my report, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the information. With that, does anyone have a question? Senator Neal, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on, it is line 113 and it's LCB number 5266. I don't know, GFO, if you've recently seen the letter from Department of Corrections saying they were closing the Carlin camp, but I guess I had, was wanted to know what are they going to do with the money that they received for this laundry equipment now that they're actually closing the facility. That letter dropped into the space this week, and then I have a follow-up.
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I will have Director Zarenda come up and explain the Carlin laundry dollars, the ARPA dollars that they received.
Hello, this is James Zarenda, Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Regarding the question, the laundry equipment, we have at the Ely State Prison one laundry machine that has been band-aided, trying to be repaired for many years. We changed the population there to increase it by 600 offenders. That laundry equipment from Carlin, we're looking to move it to Ely so that it could delay some of the orders that we're trying to do with getting new equipment there. It's not big enough to do the entire facility, but it will help with the wear and tear on the current one to keep it going a little longer so that we can get bigger and better equipment there.
Madam Chair, can I have a follow-up? Thank you. So I guess the second question I have is that we got this letter saying that on April 10th, that, the Carlin facility would be closing, and then a study was then attached to it And then what I thought was so unique about the study that was attached to it was that the survey date was June 5th, 2023, and the amendment to that study was January 29th, 2026. So if you were aware of this study or that the cost to repair the facility would exceed the maintenance and actually having that exist, then why was there a continual ask to dump money into a facility where there was a report that has been out or a survey that had been done 3 years ago? And if you're like, well, I wasn't aware of the survey 3 years ago, then address the second part of that question. Were you aware that on January 29th, 2026, there was some form of an amendment, which would have been 3 months ago, that you then became aware and you were still in IFC asking for money?
So James Renda, for the record, what happened in the special session at the end of the year in AB5, we were asked to look at a community release transitional program, early release program. We did not have the full impact of it. When we started looking at where these beds were going to start being open and looking at the cost when it opened up a cost issue in January, we saw that it was just the number of beds that it would cost to keep open there are not necessary if I have beds open anywhere else. So it was just weighing out the January notice that we got and trying to say whether or not we'll have enough beds to really need those facilities open, and which we don't. And just looking at taxpayers' money on whether or not it would be efficient to leave it open and do those repairs, or to try to figure a way to close it down so that we can move the offenders to open beds somewhere else.
Madam Chair, final follow-up. So, okay, so I'm going to phrase it this way. In 2025 legislative session, how much money did you ask for or request for Carlin, knowing that this study is, or survey, I'm going to call it the right name, survey was 3 years old? Do you know how much money you requested in 2025 for Carlin?
James Renda, for the record, I would have to get that from somebody else. I don't have that one in front of me.
So what happens to any of the allocated money for Carlin now that we have a letter saying that it's going to be fully closed and this survey is 3 years old?
So James Renda, for the record, the survey you're talking about that's 3 years old is done by Public Works. And those surveys were necessary to say what our future repairs are going to be and if we needed those beds to remain open. Those funds that we do not use or requests that are in or in the works of being done for Carlin will not be necessary. Those will be returned back to the general fund, if there was any funds even given to us yet.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome. Any additional questions on this particular item? Senator Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is probably for GFO. I'm looking at obviously the broadband initiative, which is probably the largest. I've heard that there are some indications that at least about 77 million of this out of a project, I believe in Nye County, is potentially not going to be able to be completed. Is there any update or anything that you can provide to give us a surety that it will either be finished and completed by the end of this year, or what the plans are to reallocate that money?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. Yes, I do have Director Appella that could come up and give us an explanation of the broadband project in Nye County. And we also do have the subgrantee that she has granted with to here in the audience to provide us an update on that project too. And I believe the director is in Carson City.
Thank you very much. Director, if you're at the table, please go ahead.
Good morning. Britta Appel, APPEL, and I'm the director at the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology.
I guess the question then would be directed towards you. What, as I've heard information, and I'm wondering if you can clarify, if you can bring an update on whether or not there are any issues with completing that portion of this project, which is about $77 million before the end of the year. I believe it's specifically out of the portion that's in Nye County.
Correct. So this project has obviously received a certain amount of scrutiny given the location and the area of Pahrump. The award was issued back in 2025, I believe, in June of 2025. There has been a number of things that, it's required to get a project up and rolling. One of them is just the design and engineering. And so that has occurred in this project. The project is scheduled to be basically completed by December of 2026. And so where we are right now, this is primarily an aerial build in Pahrump. There are some areas that are underground, but that requires two different types of permitting. And so in this particular area, you have a large number of pole attachments that are taking place. And so there's been a lot of work looking at those pole attachments, how they will happen, where they will happen, and the type of work, the preliminary work that's required to do the attachments on those poles. So those poles are primarily owned and operated by Valley Electric, and Valley Electric has been working with Stimulus, who is the award winner on this particular project. So, like I said, we have really worked hard to keep a close eye on what's going on with this project in terms of, just the coordination between Stimulus and OSIT. And we've had regular meetings with them. We have weekly meetings with Stimulus. And just recently, I went through and conducted, it was an analysis really of the overall, the grant, and it was to assess the risk on the delivery of it. So I looked at both the fiscal component of it, the financial component, what those amounts were, that how it would be sustained, how it would be executed, and I really wanted to delve into their plan of execution and how they were going, excuse me, allergy season, and how they were going to be doing this in terms of, what were the phases of construction. And so we have sat down with them and we've worked through this phase of construction, how they plan on executing it, how many crews they intend to put out. The biggest thing, I think, is getting the pole engineering done. So before you can string, and if I go off or you need to ask any questions, please interrupt me. So like I said, the biggest issue, since this is an aerial project, is taking the fiber and you're stringing it along poles. And the most important part is to make sure that those poles can carry the weight of the fiber. So every one of those poles in that Pahrump area is going to be looked at. They're undergoing the engineering now to determine what poles and where it gets hung on and what sort of improvements need to be made to the poles. So that's when I talk about pole engineering, that's what I'm looking at. There's two components to that pole engineering. The first is what are called make-ready cost, what does it cost to make the pole ready to carry the weight of the fiber? And the second component on that is how many poles do you need to replace? So those are both the factors that are being looked at right now. Like I said, we have gone through this. I will say that this is going to be, one of those projects that's going to be coming down to completion in November or December. But there are other projects that are also going to be up against that timeline as well. But I have confidence in this as far as its ability to get done. I think that it's a function of, I think, working with Valley Electric and Stimulus, and I think that they are working pretty well together.
Forgive me for not quite having the same level of confidence that you have that the
fine.
project will be completed. It's just kind of, it's a lot of money that, it's my understanding, we don't know how many poles we'll need replacing to do the weight. I don't believe any ground has been broken where it needs to be broken to do this. When we were in the legislative session and I asked these same questions, I was assured by your predecessor that things were going to move very quickly because all of these projects were underground and they were very easy and they would move very quickly. And now the proposal that we're talking about now is an aerial project that sounds like it will be a lot more time intense and thing. And now we even have less time than we did when we were discussing this last. So that is my concern. And this might be a question either for you, Director, or for the GFO. I know what also gives me heart palpitations, and probably the rest of this committee, is that these ARPA funds were the required match for additional BEAD funding. So if we are not able to utilize these funds by the end of the year and we have to give them back, or we decide that the GFO decides to reallocate these funds, how would this pulling of these ARPA funds negatively impact the BEAD award?
So there's two issues that I would like to address there. We have the president and the CEO of Stimulus in down in Las Vegas right now, and I think that if he would be the person who can explain a little bit more about the aerial versus underground. From what I understand, not from what I understand, this is primarily an aerial build. So I would welcome the opportunity to allow him to speak to those issues on the $76 million project. And then with regards to the BEAD funding, originally under the original BEAD award, there was a 25% match. There still is, but originally the plan was to take the both CPF and SLRF money and braid that into the overall BEAD award to sort of maximize the dollars. Those funds, the CPF and the SLRF monies, were going to be used to pay that match. However, in June of 2026, the revised policy notice came out, and that policy notice basically said it rescinded all of those previous awards under the BEAD, which I will refer to as BEAD 1, and it required us to go back out to bid on those. When we did go back out to bid BEAD 2, there was no longer funds available. We weren't going to be using the CPF or SLRF funds for that 25% match. As a result, when that went out to bid again, and it didn't for BEAD 2, the providers have to put up that match. So there is no CPF and SLRF going into any part of a BEAD match.
I'm sorry. I don't think I'm alone. And if there's anyone else on this committee, this is the very first time we're hearing about a BEAD 2.
So with the change in the administration, the Trump organization or the Trump administration, basically they took a look at the overall BEAD project and they made some changes in it. One of their requirements was that they did not want, they wanted a technology neutral approach. And for that reason, they wanted to open up the award to all technologies and to have all technologies treated equally. Technologies refers to, you know, is broadband going to be delivered via fiber optic cable, or is it going to be delivered via coax or fixed?
You know what,
wireless
can I stop you just really quickly? I just want to clarify, and I see the GFO maybe wanting to jump in. I know that post the Trump administration, we did have to bid again. And are you talking about that, or are you
Yes.
talking about something brand new?
No, I'm talking about that.
Okay.
I in order to keep it straight in my head, because there were different rules that apply. So this is just my own internal check in terms of how I keep it separate. When I'm explaining this to somebody, is that that's my nomenclature. But to answer your question, there is one BEAD, and when it was revised in 2026 or 2025, this is what I refer to.
Okay. I think it would be helpful if we hear, Chair, if it's possible to hear from the people from Stimulus. They might be able to provide a more detailed, like specific update on whether or not they are in fact going to be able to finish this by December 31st, 2026.
Yes, please come forward to the table. And also at some point, can we have a confirmation on any other changes that might be happening?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Nathan Whitaker from Stimulus Technologies, CEO of Stimulus Technologies. Last name is Whittackre. And for the record, I'll give an update on the status of the project in Pahrump specifically. In July of 2025, Stimulus Technologies was awarded 2 last mile projects in Southern Nevada. One covering the areas of Indian Springs, Good Springs, and Sandy Valley, and the other one covering the area of Pahrump, or underserved or unserved locations in Pahrump. That gives us approximately 18 months to complete a build of roughly 600 miles of fiber connecting about 12,000 locations that did not have, at the time, reliable broadband service. Immediately upon receiving the award, Stimulus Technologies initiated engineering and construction design on the project. Engineering is completed on all project areas currently. We have been in contract on 3 of the areas, Sandy Valley, Indian Springs, and Good Springs, for about a month with the contractor, and have received a number of permits for those areas. And we'll begin construction later this month on those project areas. Simultaneously, realizing, as Ms. Appel brought up, the aerial construction requirements became onerous for the timeline that we have. And so we re-engineered a significant portion of the Pahrump project to underground. We broke the Pahrump area into 6 different zones. And the zone nature allows us to have permitting running in parallel, and we can start construction as soon as permitting is approved in different zones. The first zone that is in permitting is mostly underground, approximately 70% underground, 30% aerial. The aerial, as was described, the make-ready engineering is nearing complete on that area, and underground permits have been submitted to Nye County. The expected start of the construction date of that zone is in May, and anticipated completion on that area is September. And that covers approximately 6,700 locations. The other zones will continue occurring, and we expect construction to be complete by the beginning of November on all locations. We're working extensively with the permitting agencies and our partners at Valley Electric to complete the construction, engineering, permitting, and construction on time. And they've committed to us on the timeline of getting their engineering done. They acquired a third-party engineering firm and a third-party construction firm just because of the number of poles that have to be attached to and the timelines. They brought in additional resources to make this possible.
Do you have any, like, built into this, like, plan moving forward to complete this project timely? Do you have any dates where you know you won't be able to complete this if there are any kind of, I mean, this doesn't allow for weather changes or any other hiccups or supply chain issues. Do you have any dates where you know that you will not be able to complete this project? Like, do you have metrics set up in place that you're communicating with the GFO so they can make those, like, strategic decisions on whether or not this will be completed in time?
Nathan Whitaker for the record. Yes, we've communicated with OSIT and GFO on some specific dates. There's a few areas of potential concern in our Zone F that we have identified, and we'll provide a report to OSIT and GFO by May 15th on the feasibility of a stretch of locations. It doesn't affect, it's less than 1% of the subscribers that we would supply service to, and it could be a potential permitting issue in that area. So that's one of the areas of concern. We'll provide a report by May 15th. Our drop dead date or our critical dates are in July for permitting. So long as we receive the pole attachment permits and the underground permits before July 1st, the project will be completed on time. So that's our time frame on critical permitting requirements.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the indulgence on the questions.
Thank you very much. Additional questions? Senator Steinbeck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have several projects that the percentages being spent is concerning, but one that definitely stands out is the Lake Mead Hatchery water supply line that has 0 spent. I was wondering if we could get an update on that.
Director Appel, excuse me for the record. Is this the route down in Clark County that is stretching from Mead to Laughlin to Searchlight?
Tiffany Greenmeyer, let me interrupt this. No, this is the Lake Mead Hatchery. On the Lake Mead Hatchery, my ARPA team has a meeting with DCNR next week to finalize if that project needs the money or not. So I will know on April 20th on that project in particular.
Follow up.
Go ahead, please. Just to clarify, is this an OSIT project?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. No, this is not an OSIT project. This is a water project.
Thank you.
So it hasn't started at all?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. Yes, it has started. They have other funds is my understanding. And so that's why we're going to finalize that one on April 20th.
Okay. And do we have any percentage of completion?
I do not. Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I will call up Lisa Galloway. She's been working with the agency.
Yes, Lisa Galloway for the record. The project is almost complete. They are just waiting on a valve that is supposed to be in, I believe, the first week of June, and then they can finish that project. So it is probably 90–95% complete.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional questions on this? Senator Neal, did you have a question?
I think that would be a bad choice.
Okay. All right. I have just a clarification question. I don't know if I'm looking at the right one or not. And I don't know if we need to call somebody else up if we leave this subject. On line 141 with the telemed mobile carts, is that the same as the Unity replacement?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I'll direct that to Lisa Galloway.
Lisa Galloway for the record. Just for clarification, you are asking about line 141 being the LCB number?
I believe so. I had a couple questions about the Unity replacement. And I don't know if that's the same as line 141.
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. Yes, I do have Laura Rich in the audience that she can come up and talk about the Unity replacement.
Right, the LCB number one. I'm sorry, the LCB number is 141. Go ahead, Ms. Rich.
Laura Rich for the record. Could you repeat the question, Chair Dondera-Luke, please?
Certainly. On page 7, on the LCB line 141, actually it's line 7 on page 7, but it's LCB number 141. I think that I'm giving you the right information. It's the Unity replacement. And it appears that there is a total of 16 million that's unspent. Can you talk to me a little bit about that? I see the notes over here that there's delays in federal approval, but can you tell me more?
Sure, Laura Rich for the record. There's actually an informational item later on in the agenda, I think on agenda item Q, but I'm happy to go over it now.
Okay, if it's on item Q, let's wait.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking at this list. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thoughts? Okay, I think that might be it for this minute. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time. All right, with that, we will move on to items G, H, I, and J. So I will turn this over to the fiscal staff to go through those items and Q, excuse me, that will be pulled for additional discussion. So Mr. Thorley, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. As the chair mentioned, I will go through these 5 lists, which are provided with the agenda, and identify the items that the committee has interest in polling and hearing additional discussion on. I'll begin with list G. This is an informational only item list. There are 5 work programs on this list. These were work programs that were submitted under NRS 350 in Chapter 353-220 for expeditious action within 15 days. Those were sent over in late February. There was not a special meeting of the IFC called, so they were all approved after the 15-day period. So all the items on list G have been approved already. But if anybody would like those to be pulled for discussion, they all relate to ARPA. They can be but nothing on list G at this time has been identified to be pulled for discussion. Moving on to list H, there's 3 work programs on list H. These are ARPA related. None of these have been identified to be pulled for discussion. Moving on to list I, this is the regular work program list. Starting on the first page, agenda item I3, Department of Administration, State Public Works Division, Buildings and Grounds. That item will be pulled for discussion. Staying on the first page, agenda item I4, Department of Education, Office of the Superintendent. That'll be pulled for discussion. Moving on to page 2 of list I, agenda item I9, Department of Education, Career and Technical Education. That item will be pulled for discussion. On to page 3, agenda item I16, Governor's Office of Economic Development. That agenda item will be pulled for discussion. Next on to page 4, agenda items 17, I-17 and I-18, both related to the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Those 2 agenda items have been withdrawn by the Governor's Finance Office. We received the withdrawal request after the agenda had been posted, so it didn't make it on the agenda, but agenda items I-17 and I-18 will not be considered by the committee today. Moving ahead a few pages on to page 7. Again, we're still on list I. Agenda item I-33, Department of Human Services, Division of Social Services, Welfare Administration budget account. That agenda item will be pulled for discussion and will be heard jointly with I-47, I-48, I-49, I-53, I-54, and I-58. So there's 7 work programs there in total. They'll all be pulled and heard together. They relate to the Division of Social Services, which within the Department of Human Services, and the Nevada Health Authority. Again, that's I-33, 47, 48, 49, 53, 54, and 58. Moving on to page 8, at the bottom of page 8, list I, and then onto the top, or onto page 9, there's 3 work programs that have been withdrawn. So agenda items I-40, 41, and 43. These are all from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. All 3 of these work programs were withdrawn by the Governor's Finance Office after the agenda had been posted, so that information did not make it on the agenda. Yes, I-40, 41, and 43 will be have been withdrawn and will not be considered by the committee today. On to page 9, agenda item I-46, the Nevada Health Authority Medicaid Administration. That item will be pulled for discussion. I-47 was part of that group of 7 I mentioned previously, so that'll be pulled. On to page 10, I-48, I-49, and I-53, again, are all part of that group of 7 I mentioned previously. On to page 11, I-54 and I-58. Both of those are part of the group of 7 and will be pulled for discussion. On to page 12 of list I, at the top of the page, agenda items I-60 and I-61, both for the Department of Corrections, Prison Medical Care. Both those items will be pulled for discussion. Those two items will be heard together with I-74 plus agenda item L3. So not on list I, but on the agenda item L3. So those four items will be heard together. Again, that's I-60, I-61, I-74, and L3. Skipping ahead to page 14, agenda item I-74 was part of that group of four items I just mentioned, so that'll be pulled for discussion and heard jointly. And then lastly, on page 17 of list I, agenda item I-90, Department of Transportation, Transportation Administration. That item has been identified to be pulled for additional discussion by the committee. That's everything on list I. There's two other lists that I'll go over. List J. There's two items on list J. These are action items associated with some work programs requests. There's no items on list J that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. And then lastly, on list Q, this is the list of informational items. There are three items on list Q that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. Beginning on page 3 of list Q, item 10D1. So this is a report from the Division of Child and Family Services related to the Unified Nevada Information Technology for Youth System, or UNITY system, that Director Rich just mentioned previously. That item, that report will be pulled for discussion. Also 10D2, so right below it, this is another report from the Division of Child and Family Services, this one related to adoption savings, and a report required by Assembly Bill 515 from the 2025 session. I will note for the committee's information and for everyone else's information, we did receive a revised version of this report under 10D2 that did not make it into your packet. It has been handed out to everybody at the dais. It's also available online for the public. So that revised report, when you're looking at that report, reference the report in the separate handout and not the report that's in the packet. Lastly, on page 4 of list Q, item 15A, this is from the Nevada Division of Forestry. And it's a response to a letter of intent issued by the money committees last regular session. That's everything on all 5 lists, Madam Chair. I'm happy to repeat anything if there's any questions from any of the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? All right, with that, with no additional requests, I'll accept a motion to approve all the items on lists H, I, and J that have not been identified to be pulled for discussion. Lists G and Q are information only, so no committee action is required in relation to those two lists. And I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair and Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And if you didn't get pulled, that's good. You don't get dinner or a midnight snack. So you may excuse yourself if you need to. All right, we will hear these order of items, I-3, I-4, I-9, I-16, then the I-33, 47, 48, 49, 53, 54, and 58, I-46, then I-60, 61, 74, and L3 together, and then we'll go to I-90. All right, with that, we will start with I-3. We have Administrator Lewis.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joy Grimmer, Director for Department of Administration. This work program transfers authority from Reserve to Category 12, Maintenance of Buildings and Grounds, and Category 14, Building Renovation. The request was necessary due to an increase in state-owned square footage following the recent acquisition of 7 additional properties. This expansion has resulted in higher janitorial, maintenance, and operational costs that exceed the current spending authority. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Okay, I do believe we have some questions, and we will start with Assembly Member Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My first question is, I'm looking at the list of buildings that were acquired of those 7, and it looks like some of them are not fully occupied yet. And so I'm just kind of curious, when is it anticipated that all of the 7 newly acquired buildings will be fully occupied?
Jack Robb for the record, Chief Innovation Officer in Governor Lombardo's office. Of the recently acquired buildings, the one in Reno, 10375 Professional Circle, it was fully occupied prior to us purchasing it. We are adding additional staff in there. We've recently put more cubes in. We originally had 305 people in. I think we put in excess of 50 more cubes in. So we are stuffing that building. ADSD and DCFS are in there. Building 43, that is now called the Pyramid Building. That's north of the freeway, occupied by DPS. That building was also occupied prior to the purchase by DPS. There are some TIs currently underway in that building. Most notably is the Emergency Dispatch Center Training Center. Currently at the FAST building is where the Dispatch Training Center is, and it's supposed to operate as their emergency backup dispatch. That doesn't work if you have a gas leak in a building that your primary dispatch is in and your secondary dispatch is in. That's not an emergency backup dispatch center. So we are doing some tenant improvements in that building, the Pyramid Building, named after Pyramid Lake, to build the dispatch training center. So it's co-located within DPS. And then we will have a true emergency dispatch backup center, now locating in the same building. The building just south of there that we now call Ormsby, we did a final review of the plans of Ormsby to move Cannabis and Compliance Board in there. They will be moving out of the building that's adjacent to us now that the legislature owns, 700 Warm Springs. They will be moving in. We're incorporating lab space in there because they're in dire need of lab space for quality assurance of private labs that test the product. And we'll be moving 100% of their staff into the Ormsby building. Also in the Ormsby building, we'll be moving DPS evidence and be building out a space that they could have a future lab in there also. So that space will be occupied by Cannabis and DPS. DPS currently houses all their evidence at the FAST Center. By incorporating it just south of their current location, that does co-locate DPS into the same neighborhood. and then frees up space for NDOT because they have a vital need for additional space over at the FAST Center, and the FAST Center is owned by NDOT. Coming down 770 Warm Springs, we have quite a few non-state tenants in that building. We now call that building Mead. That building, like I said, a lot of non-state tenants. We are going to move water resources into one of the empty spaces. And we did a final design walk yesterday with the medical review board, and they're going to be moving into the first floor of that building. And then we are looking at all the existing leases of non-state tenants of when they burn off and how to move staff into that location when the leases across town burn off and the leases of the non-state tenants burn off. We are actually extending some of those leases. We're not going to give them an extension of a lease. We're going to let some of these tenants go month to month. If we do not have somebody to backfill that space, we would rather leave them in the space so it's not just empty. We are going to give them month-to-month rent with a minimum of 6 to 8 months prior notice that we'll be occupying the state space with state tenants. The Tahoe building, it's just right over here, Amigo and Capabilia, the former Thomas and Mack location, where Thomas and Mack was housed. NERC will be moving in there. NERC currently resides in the Story building with Veteran Services. Veterans has need for additional space. So instead of having veterans not co-located, we are going to move NERC into that location and then free up additional space for veterans. So the Story building will be 100% occupied by veterans. NERC will go into the Thomas and Mack space. Non-state tenant MTSI moved out in the past couple months. With them vacating and with Department of Ag having their cold storage down here in the warehouses we just acquired to get Ag closer to their operations, we'll move them off their St. Louis up there behind the Sahara DMV. We'll be moving them onto campus into the MTSI space in the Tahoe building. Also in the Tahoe building is the FAA. They have a lease that's going to be a few more years, so we're planning for when their lease burns off to bring additional state tenants into that building. The Walker building, which is the building right here on the corner where Habaneros Tacos used to be, Warm Springs and Amigo. The Walker building, Habaneros did close and move out, so we do not have a single tenant in the Walker building. On the west side of the Walker building, we are planning to bring National Guard Recruiting Center in there. Recruiting centers have historically been in retail type space, strip mall type space, which strip mall type space is $1 to $2 more per square foot than normal office space. We have a recruiting center on Eastern and then another recruiting center that a lease is burning off. That is a very substandard building, so we'll be co-locating 2 recruiting centers into retail type space because it was a former 7-Eleven front facing. It will be an ideal location for recruiting location and co-locate them in there. The center of Walker, I have held vacant for one particular reason. It's large open space. And when we bought this campus, there was an understanding that boards and commission could use hearing rooms. And we got in the middle session last time, and we had gaming control board and compliant, cannabis compliance and other boards needing to have meeting space. And we had to go out and go find other meeting space because we were told we could not use the legislative hearing rooms during session. So I've been looking for who to ask the question to, because you guys currently do not have a director or somebody that leads LCB. So not knowing who to ask the question to, I'm going to ask you guys the question today. Will we be able to use the hearing rooms during session for vital board meetings that need to occur? If we are told no, and I'm hoping I can get that answer today so we can start moving forward, the center of the Walker building, Mr. Lewis and I have developed a plan to build out a meeting room in there that can accommodate boards and commissions for their meetings during the 5-month period that you guys are in session. I really do not want to spend the money building that out. I would rather use that building for something else than just have it used for a 5-month period.
Yeah, Mr. Rob, I recognize that you're asking us questions, but we're asking you questions, and we're not probably going to take that up today. Because we're out of session and we're not funding things like that right now. And so that's something that will have to be worked out with LCB. I know that we've had the same problem with the State Department of Education. So you're not the only, person that has asked for use in these buildings. So if you would just answer Assemblymember Backus's question, I would be so appreciative. Thank you.
Jack Rowe for the record. That's why I'm holding that space available, because there is that unknown. So it is vacant space that I could use for other things, the state could use for other things, and I want to use it to its maximum possibility. And the use of the hearing rooms would be vital to, like you said, like you just said, education and others. So I don't think I missed any buildings that we acquired.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I ask a clarifying question? And I was going to joke that your question was above my pay grade. So I'm glad the chair stepped in on that. With respect to the Ormsby building, I understand that one's the one where you're going to move in CCB and later some folks for NDOT. Do you have a time period on when do you believe Ormsby will be fully occupied? And then I understand from your response with Walker, that's a kind of a TBD until you get more information.
Jack Rowe for the record. With our design walkthrough with Cannabis Compliance Board earlier this week, we're developing our construction schedule, and we plan on vacating the Carson building, which is owned by the legislature, by the first week in September.
Administrator Will Lewis, just to add to that, Ormsby, we're in the design phase right now, Senator, and we estimate the completion of the project itself to be around 2027.
That's including DPS and everybody.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I just have one follow-up question. And then also just looking at this, like ask for the $1.8 million. And then looking forward, what kind of impact is this going to have on the rental rates being charged to all the state agencies? And it seems like part of that may not be for some of these buildings until a further time. So how is the rental rates going to be?
Jack Rowe for the record. This is a transfer of funds to support what we have, what we've gained. There will be no change in rental rate that was set during the last legislative session. This is just transferring it from reserve accounts into the proper place so it can be used, recognizing that on these buildings that are vacant, we're not currently getting rent, but they're going to be rented out here shortly. And that covers costs, and we should be fine going forward.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much. Any additional information, Mr. Lewis, that we need to know?
Administrator Will Lewis, not at this time, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, I will take a motion on this item. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. A second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will move on to I-4. Superintendent Wakefield, you're on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Victor Wakefield for the record. Item I-4. This work program requests approval to transfer $247,860 from the personnel category of funding designated in SB 460 2025 to the newly established collaboration project category to support a school improvement pilot project led collaboratively by the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association. A project of this size and potential impact requires significant advanced planning. This program will enable advanced planning in FY26 for readiness to implement the project in FY26 and FY27. In terms of just quick background, and I'll open up for questions. The Clark County Education Association and Clark County School District's SB 460 feeder pilot project's goal is to improve student outcomes across the complete feeder pattern of 2 high schools in CCSD. Feeder pattern, for those that don't know, refers to the zoned set of elementary and middle schools that feed into the zoned high school. This innovative project identifies 18 schools strategically based on student outcomes, data, and documented need. It focuses on targeted research-backed efforts, such as expanding pre-K, counseling and achievement coaching, small group math instruction, educator professional development, and extended learning opportunities. And it engages educators in designing and implementing the improvement process itself, which is too often overlooked, I think, in school improvement efforts. This provides compensation and support for their time and efforts, beginning with this planning grant that I'm excited to seek your approval for today. This is intended to create school-level support and momentum for fundamental changes, not done to, but done with the staffs at these schools. Clark County was selected as the first pilot program that we're supporting at NDE. And remember, I am very early on in my time, so I'm very thoughtful about these sort of choices. And this is because they were actually downstream and already far along in the planning process that related to their district strategic plan. Additionally, the pilot has strategic alignment with our new priorities at NDE, as well as the priorities of SB 460, of course. NDE intends to offer additional funding for up to 3 school districts to conduct similar pilot projects in FY27, and we have different funding sources and streams identified there. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions. I know you heard in public comment from the 2 main partners that we're trying to support in their efforts early. But with that, happy to answer your questions, committee.
Thank you very much. And I do believe we have some questions. Senator Taylor, I believe, has some.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Love the concept behind this, and hopefully looking forward to the pilot, being successful and going forward. But can you talk the committee a little bit through how does this feeder program, how is it in alignment a little bit more directly with the requirements of Senate Bill 460?
Sure. So Victor Wakefield for the record. As I sort of shared in my opening, I think it offers a powerful example of local leadership coming together around the pillars and principles of SB 460. And SB 460, as a reminder, implemented a comprehensive update to Nevada's K-12 system and focused on early literacy reforms, educator workforce investments, strengthening accountability, and increasing district support efforts. The strategic alignment document that was attached in the work program might help show the mapping really directly to your question. And then a couple highlights that are more granular. This project aligns with SB 460 through the following: strengthening accountability. So they're really focused on academic improvement and student outcomes. expanding access to through a focus on high quality pre-K. So there's a plan for expansion of the Nevada Ready pre-K programs and the facilities funding necessary to grow those. It also focuses on improving early literacy, foundational learnings. So early literacy, for example, by embedding science of reading to ensure students are proficient readers by the end of third grade, which is so important. Middle school mathematics, and there's a focus on math instruction. As I've done my listening and tour and reviewed the data, middle school math proficiency is actually the lowest area of our state and is a high need area. And then it also expands access to high quality pathways in high school to ensure graduates are ready to succeed in career or university. And then finally, this idea of supporting districts. We want to channel resources that support district strategic plans, especially if they're focused on student outcomes. So, and that is a piece of SB 460 as well. As you may recall, it not only had accountability provisions, but also support, such as building the first education service center for the state.
May I follow up, Chair? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. That's the kind of detail I wanted, just in terms of how specifically does it align. So thank you for that. Just as a follow-up, if this item is approved today, then can you give us an idea of some of the activities, some of the program activities that are planned in the next fiscal year for this? And then you mentioned earlier of a funding source if it's expanded, but what about the funding source for those specific activities? Is that included in this request, or talk us through that a little bit? Where'd that come from?
Sure, thank you. Victor Wakefield for the record. So this is a planning grant funding. So it actually enables the district to compensate the team of staff that are going to be sort of a steering committee at the school sites for their time as well as materials, so they can be part of this design process, a step that I think is too often missing. So it's a small grant relative to the full investment. And in fact, I believe that leadership from both the CCA and CCSD are planning to share more of the granular details of the pilot at an upcoming joint interim education committee meeting, so we can follow up there with a lot more of the design, a lot more of the academic interventions. And so for us at NDE, knowing that we have this legislative approved funding, I shared with you last time I was here that we're doing a bunch of infrastructure investments and staffing investments at NDE, but I also want to see real concrete progress in the field in partnership with districts. And so the idea of being able to do a planning grant was a perfect fit for me as I'm thinking about supporting local leaders. I want to do this across the state. So it was great that CCEA and CCSD had already moved so far. And they've been enlisting other leaders, as you heard earlier. UNLV's at the table, and there are other organizations that are local as well.
So basically, just to close this up, if I may, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So from an activity standpoint, that's you haven't really, those aren't really identified yet in the funding source for those.
Okay. Well, Victor Wakefield for the record. I'm trying to speak specifically to this NDE approval and item. There's a comprehensive plan that's being built around a multi-million-dollar investment that braids together different funding sources and that tackles these areas that I described at a high level to expand pre-K, to provide counseling and achievement coaching, improve mathematics instruction, educator professional development is going to be a huge investment, extended learning opportunities for students. And so those are those are high level areas that I know are part of the plans. And then the activities, though, they're in the process of designing. And so more to that will come. And this is sort of the preview of the preview, I think, in terms of a planning grant.
No, I think that was, I'm sorry. I think that's what we were looking for. Any idea where the funding, will you be coming back here for funding for those, or what do you anticipate? You said there's some ideas around breeding some things together.
Yep. So this is Victor Wakefield for the record, a preliminary thought, because we're in the process of, we want to see that this planning is off the ground. We're doing our budgeting for the coming year. So districts receive title funding that can be federal funding that can be dedicated to school improvement efforts. So that might be part of the funding that's braided together. This appropriation for SB 460 grows. This year it was 2.5 million. Next year it's 4 million. The whole suite of programs that I spoke with you about last meeting and this meeting, including this pilot, I think will be deeply considered to grow our investment in. And then the local partners are, of course, making the biggest investments. So I know that the Clark County Education Association is doing a lot on the training and PD side. and the Clark County School District, and I won't speak for them, but they're doing a lot of innovative things, including extending the day and creating flexibility with the teacher contract. It's really exciting, and so I hope that there's good updates that bring you along through this pilot, and that you really can take a good look at it with some results at the next legislative session.
Well, certainly looking forward to that, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. And Senator Neal, I believe, has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you mentioned in your presentation and that it's 18 schools, because I was reading in the backup, it looked like there were two, it looked like high school, well, 11. So is it 18 or 11 schools?
Victor Wake for the record. So the pilot is focused on 2 feeder patterns of school, 2 feeder patterns for 2 high schools with 18 total, elementary, middle, and high school together.
What are the schools?
The high schools, and we have the 2 high schools that are part of this feeder pattern program are Western High School, and I'm just having a brain moment where, where's my, do you want to come to the different one? I got all the notes on our funding, and I have my list. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Desert Pines. Yep.
Desert Pines, and sorry, Brenda Pearson for the record. Desert Pines, and as well as Western High School.
So those are the high schools. You're also doing the feeder pattern. So there are middle schools and elementary.
Yes, correct.
And the middle schools that feed into Western are?
Do you want to take it, or I can go grab my other notes or computer with the full list, and I apologize that I don't have that paper.
Well, do you know at least 2 of them? I mean.
Brenda Pearson for the record, yes. Brindley Middle School is for Western. And Desert Pines, we have J.D. Smith as well as Roy Martin. And the other middle school is Gibson Middle School with Western High School.
Okay. Follow up, Madam Chair. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out, so I was reading in this strategy around academic growth, and in the backup, it had like literacy programs. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, I understand the idea for the grant, but what is the current dollar amount that is being expended right now for the literacy programs within the schools right now for the early literacy? Because I know historically we had the, what were they? We had literacy specialists that were in the schools, and then ultimately those literacy specialists either were turned into other roles, meaning that they weren't specifically doing that high level role because they were rolled into, just to do regular teaching rather than support. Are we talking about bringing those people back? And putting them back in that role? What are we doing?
Yeah, Victor Wakefield for the record. So first of all, thank you for your patience. For the record, the aligned schools here, so Western High School and the Brindley Middle School, Gibson Middle School, Coley Elementary School, Fong Elementary School, McWilliams Elementary School, Reed Elementary School, Ronzoni Elementary School, Twin Lakes Elementary School. Those are the feeder patterns for that high school. And then Desert Pines High School, J.D. Smith Middle School, Roy Martin Middle School, Gregson Elementary School, Hewitson Elementary School, Lunt Elementary School, Moore Elementary School, Sunrise Acres Elementary School, and Tom Williams Elementary School. So I printed everything out except my other one pager, so I apologize for that. And then in terms of your questions, I think that your questions are going to be covered in the next phase of work, where the local district and all the partners are engaging strategically around the type of academic interventions that are needed, and doing so in a really collaborative way. And so we can follow up and make sure that presentations have some of the specific pieces of inquiry. But my conversation today is more related to the planning grant, and that's the work ahead, is to make sure that the strategies are clear, that they can be studied, that they could be replicated. And so if you want to repeat any of the other pieces that I could more directly answer, but I want to sort of just frame up what I'm focused on today and then where this goes.
Okay, because this is what I'm trying to understand, right? So currently under NDE, there is a strategic improvement plan, which covers a lot of what you have in this pilot. So how does the pilot help expand what is the statewide improvement plan that probably already has dollars associated with it already? Because it should, right? I think it's been enacted, it's updated annually. And so what I'm trying to understand is what's the overlap? Are there duplicative dollars that are then being expended in this space on these areas?
Dollars that are being Victor Wakefield for the record. So, I mean, the idea of your question is, I think, why I'm so invested in understanding, studying, supporting local efforts. So that way our state supports are not creating unfunded mandates, duplication, things that aren't, the promising practices that districts and schools need to be advancing. So at NDE, we've been working through, I'm new, I've done a listening tour, set strategic priorities. We're actually doing an update to the statewide improvement plan that you referenced. And so we have a 4-month planning process that's going to bring that into alignment with our priorities. I've been sharing those strategic direction with our districts and saw deep alignment between this pilot, where we want to go. And so I'm really excited about that potential for collaboration and focused efforts moving forward.
Madam Chair, final vote. Okay, so maybe I'm just gonna try to ask it a different way. All right. So you have the statewide plan.
Yep.
According to the website, it's a living document. It says every March 31st by law under 385, you are going back in and you're tweaking. You are looking at alignment. You're looking at statewide goals. You're trying to establish measures. You're equipping teachers, leaders, and informing and connecting families. So I guess what I'm trying to understand, right? Do you have a plan that you are every year by law looking at and tweaking as a living plan that grows and expands, and then you don't actually have the money to do it? And so we're now just doing a pilot, and really by law, you're already doing the work? Because to me, it's like you're already doing the work. By statute, you're already required to do the work. You're required to update the plan every year. Now you're expending dollars. And then in the backup, it said that it's not clear on, when we talk about the contract relationships here, what those contracts are going to cost. And so I'm like, who's already getting paid to do what's in the strategic plan?
Who's already getting paid? This is Victor Wakefield. Can you clarify the last question? I didn't understand it.
Who is already getting paid as a contractor, or any dollars that are already being given to CCSD to implement the strategic plan?
And that is, Victor Wake for the record, implement the Nevada's Department of Education's Emerging Strategic Plan or the CCSD local strategic plan? I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble following.
Okay, maybe I don't understand. Okay, so if NDE creates a strategic plan, right? There are school districts that are then responsible for at least being responsive to that plan. It's just not out there, right? And so I'm hoping that if you put out a strategic plan and then you go and look at it every single year and modify it, that means you're constantly having a conversation with those districts to say, here's where we ebb and flow, here's what we need to change, here's what we need to adjust, right? And if we're having those conversations, then we're also saying, here is the money that we allocated for you to do X, or the money that you currently have in your budget that should be doing X.
Yep.
So it seems like it's a layer on top of a layer that already exists. The pilot is a layer on top of a already existing plan that already exists and tells them to do that exact thing in the pilot. Does that make sense?
Thank you for elaborating on your question. I think I'm starting to track it, and I really like so Victor Wakefield for the record. So the way that I'm thinking about this at NDE, and we've set, I didn't know that I'd have a chance to talk about my strategic priorities this morning. So that's exciting to me. But after doing my listening tour, thinking about our vision, we've set 5 core strategic priorities around strong foundations, ensuring young people, build the academic foundations that deeper learning depends on, empowering pathways, because as the economy is changing, we want to ensure young people have access to high quality pathways and develop skills, explore interests, prepare for their future, as well as equipped educators and leaders to make sure that our educator workforce is meeting the evolving needs of our students. And those 3 priorities frame the student experience, and then they are supported by informed and connected families and aligned systems. I think I would put your questions into our aligned systems priority. And I think instead of saying it's layering on more, what I believe here is that this is a chance for us to make sure that the strategies and priorities we want to see and the outcomes are making it all the way through districts and to educators and to students. And so I see this as not adding more, but actually making sure that the big ideas and the outcomes that we're all collectively trying to aim at are working. At the state level, we have levers like we do regulations, and we have funding, and we have accountability. We communicate, of course, right? And so for me, I don't want those ideas to just be pretty slides or things that we talk about, but actually are in action. So when there are, shared planning efforts or pilots or things that are really committed to student outcomes, those are things that we want to find, invest in. And so it might be worth further conversation to make sure that, but I believe deeply that our state strategic improvement plan, how we communicate to the districts, what we invest in, how we use our funds, need to be advancing outcomes for students. And so this is an opportunity I see for that. So I've been rejoined by one of our partners. Do you want to add more?
Yes, thank you. Brenda Pearson again. What I wanted to share with you, Senator Neal, is that CCSD and CCEA are investing $2 million, CCEA specifically to support professional learning. And we are adding on additional minutes, like the superintendent said, to instruction and instructional time at the beginning or the end of the school year for students in middle school and high school.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll try to talk offline.
Okay, as we move on, it may become more clear as well. Senator Titus, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for being here today. Along the same line of questioning that we just heard, this is a pilot program for a very specific area in Clark County, and hopefully we're looking at expanding throughout all the other school districts, all the other many schools. I need a little brief thumbnail thing, like how are you going to measure? You talked about a statewide strategic planning from the state level, but then Clark County may have their own strategic planning. How will you plan on measuring success of this small pilot program to justify the investment that we're doing now for the rest of the schools that you represent, sir?
Thank you, Victor Wakefield. For the record, yeah, our interest and support for this pilot was predicated on really 2 things. One was that it was aligned to the state priorities, so to the conversation that we're having, and that any pilot we support and put resources into, evaluation into, could be replicated in other districts and charter schools if we see results. So, again, I am excited for the continued engagement around the legislature around this pilot, because I know that, one of the investments is also an evaluation plan where they're going to be super clear on what sort of student level outcomes you're aiming to achieve based upon the investments in interventions, and then also seeing if those are true. And at the state level, we are very data driven. That's a huge lever we hold, which is how we measure student outcomes, for example. And, one of the things that drew me in immediately was that the schools that were identified for this pilot, and I'll memorize that list moving forward, is they were all identified in our school performance framework as being consistently low performing over a long period of time, which I think we lose the plot sometimes. That means that students are not achieving at high levels or growing in their math and reading, or having the high school outcomes that we aspire for. So being data driven is why it caught my attention. Knowing that they have a commitment to evaluating results is critical to my interest and our ability to support at NDE. And then being able to play that back so we could actually replicate the pieces that work is got to be how we do our business, in my opinion, at NDE.
So real quick, if I might, Madam Chair, just to try to put this moving forward, because you said a lot, but didn't really say anything. And so what I'm trying, and I didn't mean to be rude there, but my point is that hopefully you have a distinct list of what outcomes you're going to measure that we can then look at a statewide, did this benefit the state? Because really you as the state superintendent, we're investing in a small niche here in Clark County, which is great, they need it. But how can we parlay that then, so that list of what successes, so that you can come back and say, hey, this is our pilot program, this is what we did with money, or this didn't work, we need to think of something else. So hopefully you have something you can get to us that is, these are objectives, like fine, we want to improve 2% on a GPA, we want to improve graduation rates, and it's going to take time. If you're talking about going from an elementary school, middle school to high school, I don't expect to see a change next week, but we should have some outcome data to justify our investment.
Yeah, Victor Wakefield, thank you for the feedback. I was sharing philosophy and understand you want just concrete. So we are, expanded pre-K, and we have actual measurements of quality for that in terms of the pre-K. Early literacy, we're going to be, the indicators will include third grade proficiency. That's that huge turning point from when students are, going from learning to read to being able to read to learn for the rest of their career. Middle school math, as well as high school outcomes related to graduation, but also enrollment in, the kind of specialized programs that predict success. For example, last year, 98% of our CTE completers were high school graduates. The high school graduation rate for our CTE completers was 98%, to put in perspective. And so while this initiative, the initiative is going to go through and have those kind of measurable outcomes. That's what I meant by ensuring there was an evaluation piece. And I agree with the need to be able to measure and monitor those. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the information. As I look over the strategic alignment, I just wanted to point out that many of the items that I think you're asking for with the specifics are actually listed. So if we take a look at, for example, under the goals under Senate Bill 460, it very clearly states support Nevada Ready programs. And then the pilot strategy is also listed out. So I don't know if it's really a question or more of a comment, that the teacher in me really appreciates the lesson plans and the availability of us as policymakers to take a look at it then to be able to evaluate whether or not it should go into other counties. So I'm so sorry, Chair, that that's not really a question, but really do appreciate the strategic alignment that was presented to us as background information.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is printed in our books. Thank you so much. All right, with that, if there are no more other comments or questions, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second from Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And Superintendent Wakefield, don't go anywhere. We're going to move on to I-9, Career and Technical Education.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna, Victor Wakefield for the record, I'm gonna be joined here by Anna Reynolds, our Director for the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning, Education Options, as well as our Deputy Superintendent, Christine McGill of North. So item I-9, this work program transfers $1 million from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation to NDE to fund the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program. which was expended through the passage of Assembly Bill 462 from the 2025 session. This work program is a companion to work program number C79758, which was approved during that last IFC meeting. And very brief background, the purpose of this program is to increase access to college level coursework for high school students enrolled in the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program, the TACPP. This funding covers tuition and mandatory fees for Nevada high school students completing dual credit courses in teacher education through NSHE institutions. With that, we are open for any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for that information. And with the committee's indulgence, I'm going to ask a couple questions because this is a little bit of a always a concern for me with dual credit. So I'll start with how was it determined, and I'll move over so you can see me. How was it determined that the Department of Ed and Department of the Dieter Department, that the state should fund the cost of those dual credit courses rather than participating school districts and charter schools?
Victor Wakefield for the record. So we met with a Dieter relative to this opportunity, and not all school districts have the funding available. And I'll ask Director Reynolds, would you like to add anything in addition to that?
Sure. Good morning. This is Anna Reynolds, ANNAREYNOLDS, the Director of the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning and Education Options from the Nevada Department of Education. And here to talk to you this morning about this dual credit opportunity. We did meet with Dieter several times to look at the options that would be available for using this funding. And when we looked at this option, dual credit was definitely a need that schools have, but it is dual credit specific to the Teacher Academy pathway. So any district and school that is participating in the Teacher Academy pathway will have access to these funds.
Okay, thank you. So knowing that this is just specifically for those pathways to teaching for those students, how would the Department of Education prioritize funding to those students who wish to participate in that dual credit program if demand exceeds the amount of funding?
Anna Reynolds for the record. We do know that the demand will likely exceed the need for this funding. Districts currently determine how they will pay for dual credit through a variety of methods with their funds. It is their funding decisions how they will do this. However, as we are looking at determinations of who will receive the funding, we'll look at it on a proportional basis. We do have information regarding what the numbers of students in each district that are participating in the CTE teaching and training. So we could, allocate the funding proportionally determined by the projections of how many students are taking dual credit in the various districts and charter schools.
Okay, yeah, for me, I have watched several students get dual credit classes, and then when they go to college, those dual credit classes don't count. So I think we need to be very careful, and I think that we need to be very defined with what we do with them, because we're paying for these students, and students are under the impression that when they go to the universities, that now they don't have as long to get to where they're going. And that's not what happens. That is not what happens on any level. And if they leave the state to go to college, those dual credit classes most likely are not being honored. So I think we need to be very careful about the message that we give students. And I think that we need to be very careful about the money that we're spending. I think it's important that they have every opportunity in a high school to do what they need to do. But I am just telling you, I know several students that when they got to even out here to UNLV, those classes were not honored. So if we're subsidizing headcount for whatever it is, and we're not giving them college level in instructors, or they're leaving the state to go to college and these don't count, then we're sort of maybe we need to think about how we're using that money for those students. But I can just tell you, I know, like I said, several students. So, all right, with that being said, I am hoping that we have more teachers, and I hope that we incentivize them to do that. Yes, Assemblymember Koenig.
It's green finally. So I just want to give a quick alternative perspective for that. I mean, I have a son who got dual credit and was able to graduate with a bachelor's degree after 2 years of college. And he did go out of state and they accepted all of his. So I think we have to be careful because obviously it doesn't happen for everybody and for every college, but there are some success stories where students were able to pair off 2 years of his college by having those credits in high school.
Thank you very much. And I think Assemblymember Mosca has some questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. And thank you, Superintendent, for all of your answers today, and then all of you do for the community. My question, I think I understand this, but I could see constituents and community having questions. So love for you just to share why we need to have additional state funding to encourage more teachers with what we know is what's happening on the ground, that we may have to eliminate teachers next school year.
Yeah, Victor Wakefield for the record. Thank you so much for that question. So the current enrollment declines in elementary age students is real and something that I heard a lot about in my listening tour across the state. And so I'm really appreciate you highlighting that piece. And at the same time, I saw directly in schools I visited and conversations with superintendents that we have a critical shortage areas still, especially in special education, STEM. If we're expanding pre-K, which has been a big piece of the last conversation, and this, we will need educators. And so the, investing in workforce shortage areas continues to be a really smart state investment from everything that I can see, especially in these critical areas. And so I do want to I celebrate progress. The pipeline has grown. Like I was, did a lot of work around teacher preparation a decade ago. And so there's been an increase there. And then we also have the student enrollment shifts. But when you forecast it out, there's still, especially in rural, in certain subject areas and high need schools, critical shortage areas and vacancies that we need to fill. And programs like this can help us hopefully be more strategic in what type of licensure and credentials we're channeling folks to. Because that's been interesting and heartbreaking to hear. Sometimes the teacher, thinks that they are going to be licensed in an area where there's need, but that's actually not where the needs are. And if we could help them understand that as they are in high school, doing a pathway program like this or doing their student teaching, that would be terrific, in my opinion.
Thank you. Follow up, please, Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I think it's important for our community to understand what you said in rurals and high need areas, and then as well as, that we may be letting teachers go, but there are actually areas that have to do with licensure, and that's why we still need more teachers. And so you talked about what you've been doing to determine the future need for new teachers in Nevada. So you talked about your listening tour, looking at the data. Is there anything else you'd want to share about how you are looking at figuring out the future need for teachers here in our state?
Victor Wakefield for the record. So one of our 5 framing priorities for NDEs, equipped educators and leaders, ensuring that we're attracting, supporting, and retaining. That retention piece is really important. The educators and leaders that meet evolving student needs. So the 3 kind of key areas that we're focused on there are increasing the quality and quantity of new teachers and leaders that are prepared to serve Nevada students. A program like this is a bullseye to that priority. The second area is around matching educator pay and growth opportunities to their role, skills, and impact. So there's been investments to try to attract teachers to higher need schools, for example, that was passed in the last legislative session. There's also differential pay that was part of SB 460. So ways that we can really ensure that we are attracting the educators we need. And then, of course, support. We need to equip teachers and leaders with the tools and training that they need to provide strong, aligned instruction. And so that's a huge area of professional learning, making sure that they are supported to use the best curricular materials and so forth. So those would be three of the big areas we're starting to focus on.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I believe Senator Neal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to try to address the issue of, it's my understanding as well that there are at least 3 programs that are similar. We're using these wage assessments from DETR, and the similar programs that are operating right now are the Teach Nevada Scholarship, which has 906 active participants, the Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship, which has 249 participants, the Incentivizing Pathways Teaching Grant Program, which has 800 active participants. So why do we actually need this particular program and wage assessments from DETR when you tally up that number? Wouldn't that cover the specialized need and the gap of teachers that are in the pipeline for the critical need areas?
Victor Wake, for the record, I'm going to call in Deputy Christy McGill, who oversees our teacher preparation partnerships and programs, and can share some information about your question.
Ms. McGill, go ahead when you're ready.
There we go. Sorry about that. Christy McGill for the record. Yes, each one of those scholarships are different scopes of work. So the Teach Nevada has a very specific scope of work to bring teachers in. The IPT really talks about specialization, especially of current teachers to go through. And so, again, we're trying to meet the needs and the flexibilities to do exactly what you say to be able to meet those needs. Now, with that being said, as we look at the data, and the data shows that we need to change, for example, perhaps more specific example is special education with an autism, then we can quickly redirect or prioritize our scholarships based on that data and need. We may be like 12 months behind the data, but that's what we've done in the past, and we will continue to do so. This program here is dual credit, and it's really about giving our students now the leg up into the teaching professions and making equitable access. So again, we hear a lot of good success stories. We do know there is some issues out there with dual credit on the exceptions. I think we've made some good progress with our INCHE institutions, making sure that we reduce the number of credits not being honored, either through between the different institutions. So I think we've made some good progress there as well. But if you're still hearing that this is an issue, please let us know or send those people to us so that we can ensure that we can tighten that up as well. And I think I answered those questions correctly. And sorry, excuse me. We also have Chris Nelson here from DETR, if there's any specific questions from that perspective.
Madam Chair, so when we look at the Incentivizing Pathways to Teaching Grant Program, what does that program, why wouldn't that program work for this dual credit goal?
Christy McGill for the record. So the IPT really is about differentiating current teachers. So if a teacher wants to go to the next level, the dual credit program that is before you today really focuses on the beginning of the pipeline. So getting our high school students the opportunities and the CTE opportunities necessary to go into the teaching field. And when we say teaching field or educator, it's not just teachers, it's school counselors, it's school psychs, you know, really trying to diversify. But really this dual credit is the beginning of the pipeline. The IPT is more toward the end of the pipeline.
I guess all right. So I'm looking at the Teach Nevada scholarship, right? And what I'm trying to understand is that it says, and this is UNR's website, it says Nevada Department of Education scholarships, opportunities for future educators. Are you a recent high school graduate, or do you hold a bachelor's degree? So it seems like it's although the folks have graduated from high school, I just don't understand why there couldn't be some kind of pullback here when you know that dual credit has been going on and you want to try to get them into teaching and you're already targeting high school students. That's why I think maybe my issue is the criticism of this program, and maybe that's what it's bothering me, is that it's the wage assessments from Dieter going towards this, which I don't think is common, and I'm not sure it should become a common practice. And I guess I'm trying to uncover the duplication here and why we are like in these existing programs, why we couldn't just, you know, tweak what we're doing and then say, hey, we want to use these dollars to deal with these students that are typically sophomore, junior, and senior, to say, tweak your dual credit so you can become teachers under one of these tiers. Like, are you limited by law to do that?
Chris Nelson, for the record. I currently serve as the administrator for the Employment Security Division at Dieter. This program was brought to Dieter, I would say approximately 3-4 months ago. We actually came to the legislature at the February IFC in a pitcher work program to this program, or to this catcher program that's on the agenda today. And that was approved and authorized for the use. The funding is for an academic training program, which is allowable under NRS 612-607. And so when it was brought to Dieter for consideration, we understand that there's a teacher shortage. We understand that there are multiple programs that not only Dieter is funding, but other funding sources are funding to address that teacher shortage. And so we feel that this is a good use of that funding.
Madam Chair, and then I'm not going to say anything else. Maybe I just have to make this plain for me, right? Let me be me for a minute. Okay, so when I listed out the 3 programs, it was roughly 1,900 teachers that are in the pipeline. CCSD is the target. The data says that, or what we have received is that roughly 1,200 positions will be eliminated, and 682 of them are licensed positions. So I guess just do the math for me. If there are 1,900 teachers in the pipeline now, 1,200 positions will be eliminated. 682 are licensed positions that will be eliminated in CCSD. It just doesn't make sense to then spend $1 million, even if it's a separate category, saying, hey, let's do dual credit, when you have 1,900 teachers in the pipeline, and then you're going to cut 1,200 positions from CCSD, and 600 of them are licensed. So that's half. So make it make sense for me. Why we would spend $1 million when we're cutting? That's what I haven't, I feel that has not been sufficiently answered when you have this pipeline going out there, and I don't understand where they're going to work. And then you're going to add another layer of teachers that may not have any place to go.
Victor Wakefield for the record. So last time I was here, I think the chair called up the CCSD CFO to provide some of the local perspective around on this question of, if there's positions being cut, then, what does that look like from a workforce perspective? And I believe the very clear answer was with attrition and with transitions that they're expecting to have to hire a large number of teachers this fall. So there might be just an issue where we're at the moment of them recalibrating, bringing down number of positions, but projecting out are going to have to do a lot of hiring. And that's the pattern that has been true across districts here in Nevada. So I think we could follow up with more detail. I'd like this conversation because I want to map out, what I can tell is that all these efforts, so they have different purposes, but we should clarify this one's for pipeline, this one's for paraprofessionals, this one's for folks transitioning. My understanding of this is these pieces are all important, and actually they don't even add up to our state's needs fully yet. And so I think if we can organize that information and bring it back in a clearer way, it could help the conversation. And I just, I don't know if there's a CCSD is able to speak now, or we could ask for a follow-up. But I believe what I learned at that meeting 2 months ago was that, given the every year rate of attrition or folks leaving the district, that by fall, they will be having large hiring needs. And so I think that clarity is needed for making sure that these investments then, which are so important, and I think are actually not quite even meeting the demand, become clearer as we present them moving forward.
Thank you. And I don't know if CCSD is still in the audience. I will weigh in here as someone who has been through this process. I will tell you that, yes, we have excess people right now waiting in the pipeline. I don't know if it's 1,900 or 400, right? I think there's going to be some clarification. I know that I asked a couple of questions and I was told that there would be some clarification on Monday. This is Thursday, so that's, a couple business days. I would also say that I know sort of how this works when you're in the process. It feels, you can feel very anxious. I've been in this process, like I said. I actually surplused myself to allow my student teacher at the time take a job, and I moved to another school. But I will tell you that there will be retirements, there will be resignations, there will be people who, I just talked to somebody the other day who said, I was a special education teacher, now I'm a PE teacher. I really love PE. I need help doing whatever. And so I think that there's going to be some movement and some flow. I do think we need to train new teachers because new teachers take the positions of me who retires. And we cannot just say we're not going to train new teachers. My only concern was to make sure that those dual credit classes, and I realize we're feeding into UNLV with this program right now, so that's great. But I worry that, they may go somewhere else besides UNLV and then end up not being able to use those dual credits. But I think that we'll have more clarification, and I'm hoping that possibly on Monday or Tuesday, we can get that clarification specifically from the Clark County School District, but every school district in this state and the charter schools may be in this same position. I just saw something the other day from a private school. If you'd like to work for us, let us know. So this is that time of year where things start to shift a little bit. Senator Titus, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you. Back to my concrete questioning. And it's maybe for Dieter. I mean, every career, every profession has aging workforce, and then we have young folks who we need to come and take over for whatever career that is. Education, of course, is included in that. So having pipelines is important. But also these other careers, say medicine, we can ask the Nevada Hospital Association, how many doctors per capita do we have? How many are you projecting we're going to need per capita as we age? The people that live in the state age or retire here. Has Dieter or the state school education system done a analysis and projections of we're having our students, we're losing students, we know that, but that could level off. Have you looked forward thinking on the number of students we have? We know the declining birth rates, et cetera. How many teachers will we need in each field so that somebody who's a student wanting to get a job can go and say, hey, this is the job that I can get hired in the future. And I want to be educated, but man, we don't need any more, as you mentioned, sir, the STEM educators, but we need, because one thing that's not declining is the number of students that are in IEPs, the special ed kids. So those numbers are growing, even though the overall student numbers. So do you have, or does Dieter have a concrete list of, hey, if you want to go into X profession, these are the things that we really need to fill: science teachers, math teachers, et cetera. Is that anywhere we could find the average family looking at a person going into education? Do you have those kind of analysis, whether you or Dieter has those?
For the record, Chris Nelson, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Titus. I'm not aware of a formal report of that nature, but our Research and Analysis Bureau works very closely with the communities, the districts, higher education institutions. And so through our NPower system as well, and through the improvements that are being made to that NPower system, those connections that would drive that type of decision-making and that type of funding direction will become apparent, in my opinion. With regards to medical education specifically, Dieter does work with the AHEC, the Area on Health and Community. I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's for rural health care. And we do provide funding to those programs and work with those programs closely, and have done so for many years now. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. But I just want to make sure that, hey, if you want to go into education, here's something that you could look at, a pipeline that we need this type of educator. And so just to give students who are maybe sign up for these dual programs some kind of guidance on a good thing to enter, they'll be able to get a job when they get done. And that isn't, after all, that's the goal here, educating our students and making sure our students can stay in Nevada, reliable workforce. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Assembly Member Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have a question. I just had a statement. I wanted to thank the members of this body for asking the deep questions, but I also want to thank the four of you at the table for the work that you are doing. We know that I'm a wife of an educator, a parent to an educator, an aunt to an educator, and making sure that they have the staff and the tools that they need to do their job, and you being forward thinking with that. I just wanted to say that I appreciate it to the four of you.
Thank you very much. All right, any additional questions, comments? Thank you very much. And yes, thank you very much all for your time. I know that sometimes the questions get passionate, but it is important to get that out on the road here. All right, with that, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. I'm not even going to comment. Thank you very much, Senator Titus. All right, with that, the motion passes, and we will move on. Superintendent, you and the Dieter folks are off the hot seat. Thank you very much. We will move on to I-16. We're going to try to power through a couple things before we go to lunch, but we'll see how long this takes us. So this is the Governor's Office of Economic Development. And I see
Good
you
morning.
up north. Good morning.
Good morning,
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Carsten Heiss. I'm with the Governor's Office of Economic Development. I oversee innovation-based economic development where this work program, or specifically this talent retention program, sits. I'm joined here in Carson City by my colleague, Stephen Wood, who oversees policy and strategy. And the real stars of the show should be with you in Las Vegas. And that would be Dean Dr. Rama Venkat. He's the Dean of the College of Engineering at UNLV, as well as the Vice President of Economic Development, Mr. Zach Miles. Let me head it off first with some introductory remarks, and then please feel free to ask us any questions. And the experts, as I said, about any details with respect to the program with data, success metrics would be my friends from UNLV. Very briefly, we are here today to actively actually extend a program that's been in operation for the last 3+ years, a talent retention program branded under the name Step Up and Startup, or SUSU, at UNLV. There's also a equivalent talent retention program up at here at UNR. The program at UNLV has been so successful that I would say probably by the third quarter of last year, the program ran out of money. It's now, we have a no-cost extension, have one full-time employee who's still on the payroll. So that's sort of how we wind down this program. There's still funds available for the equivalent program at UNR. So what we have done was we applied as part of the federal appropriations to our Senate offices and asked for funding to extend the UNLV talent retention program for fiscal year 26. And as I said, because we ran out of funding. And the president signed the budget, the federal budget, into law. We are part of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and the public law number is 119-75. And this is where these funds are earmarked. We are currently going through the process with the U.S. Department of Education to take these funds into Nevada. And this is why we are here today to ask for permission to do so. Just let me add that you may ask what happened to UNR. As I said, we still have funds available, about slightly more than $500,000. But we also did plan ahead there. So we submitted an appropriation application for FY27. And that is currently under consideration with Senator Rosen and Senator Cortez Masto's office. And with that, I would yield for questions.
Thank you very much for that overview. I do believe that Senator Scheibel has a couple questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Nguyen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. You had kind of indicated a little bit about that federal appropriation that was included, but how does the agency intend to support the internship program at UNLV if those funds are not awarded going forward?
Carsten Heiser for the record. That's a fair question. However, if I may, it's very, very unlikely that these funds are not awarded. They are in federal law. And I mean, you can obviously say that anything could happen, but under normal circumstances, these funds will come in. I can give you a brief update as to status. It has taken some while until we actually were able to communicate with the federal agency. I spoke with staff at Senator Rosen's office, and each agency under these appropriation has a different timeline. The U.S. Department of Education is a large agency, so it took a while. Early this week, I had communications with one of the officers there. It looks like that the process with the forms will start next week. Then there will be a pretty quick turnaround. We expect May to June this process to close with with funding coming in by the end of June, beginning of July. That's sort of what currently the status is. So we remain extremely optimistic that these funds come through. The risks are never zero, but this is in law, and we do not expect those not to materialize.
Chair, may I follow up? Thank you for that answer, and I hope to be as optimistic as you are that the status quo will continue with that funding. But since, you know, it's anticipated that federal funding would continue with the UNLV talent retention program, how does the agency plan to support UNR's talent retention program once those T-Mobile settlement funds are exhausted?
Carsten Heise, for the record, thank you for the question. Madam Chair, through you to Senator Nguyen. We have submitted the FY27 appropriation application. My last conversation with Senator Rosen's staff indicated a timeline that these applications are currently under review. That review is potentially being completed in May, and then we should hear back. Just to put into perspective, we submitted 2 applications for appropriations for earmarks to the senator's offices. The extension for the UNR talent retention program is one of them. So 1 out of 2, so the agency submitted 2. We are hopeful that this will come through. If it does not come through, it's possible. I also have to say that these programs are scalable, so they may not come through to its extent applied. We asked for a similar level of funds, around 4.5 million. We would be able to scale them down, so that's a potential response. We also have worked with the 2 universities in the last 2 years. We are very conscious that this funding needs to continue with potential other funding sources. Even the private sector, private foundations, we were almost successful in securing that. Unfortunately, the structure that the private foundation under question at that time considered us, the structure was a forgivable loan, and the universities couldn't book that. But so there are other sources obviously out there, but I think we have a decent shot with our only 2 asks for the FY27 appropriations.
Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? I think that was a very important question because we do need to serve both parts of the state. It's too bad we can't jump over into the east part of our state and work with Great Basin or some of those institutions over there, but maybe in the future. With that being said, are there any additional questions? All right. Seeing no questions. Oh, sorry, Senator Taylor. I'm sorry.
You just ignore me. It's okay, ma'am.
You know, I am sorry.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. And this is a quick question. I will say, I think it is. Great work for those who are here and those who are in Carson for getting so many internships filled in this and the southern part of the state going so quickly that you need more funds. I'm just interested a little bit on some of do we have any information on who those students are, any demographics, male, female, veterans, any of those kinds of things, so we can make sure that the reach is broad and that a variety of students are getting these outstanding paid internship opportunities.
This is Rama Venkat, R-A-M-A-B-E-N-K-A-T. I'm the Dean of the College of Engineering at UNLV. This program in the last 3 years has funded paid internships for 535 students. 373 of them are male, 157 are female. So if you want to look at the ratio, it's about 70 to 30%, 70% to 30% male to female. And mainly computer science, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering are the areas where the students were funded in. And the companies, number of companies which benefited from this are 74. Up until now, about 15 of these students have made them into permanent jobs. These companies have made them into permanent jobs. So it's about 15% of the companies have hired our students back. So the most important thing is that it's helping with the startups to take hold and local economic diversification, which I have been waiting for 37 years. I've been here for 37 years, and it's starting to take place. I'm really proud of this program. And I think with this additional funding, we would be able to double the number from 174 companies to 150 companies. And the 500 students will probably become about 1,200 students with paid internships. And these internships are really hands-on and really helps the kids to augment their resumes, because that helps them to get jobs. So in every possible way, this is a great program. I really seek your support.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may follow up, just thank you for that information on males versus females in the fields. All right, in the fields. Can you go, and if you don't have it now, it's okay, but if you wouldn't mind submitting that, I'd just like a little bit more of the demographics.
You want ethnic diversity, or what are you seeking?
That would be nice. Again, if you don't have it now, you could submit it and we can.
I can definitely send it to you. We have data on it.
Would that be okay, Madam Chair, to submit that to our secretary? Thank you so much. If you can submit that, that would be great.
We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the question. We appreciate what you're doing, and we appreciate that these students are getting those opportunities. Now, any more questions? Okay, not seeing any. I will take a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, I think we are going to pause and go to lunch because the next item has 7 items with it. And so we will pause. We will stand in recess. It is almost 12:10. So let's just say we will be back here no later than 12:40. We'll give everybody 30 minutes. And then we will continue on with I-33, 47, 48, 49, 53, 54, and 58. Thank you very much. And we are in recess. All right, let's get this show on the road. We are back from recess. Let's start with item number I-33. 47, 48, 49, 53, 54, and 58. And so we will call the Department of Human Services, Division of Social Services, Welfare, Medicaid. Like everybody that wants to come forward can come forward. Director Weeks is very welcoming. She likes the more the merrier. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Robert Thompson. For the record, I am the Administrator of the Division of Social Services under the Department of Human Services. I'm here today presenting item 33. This work program requests the addition of federal Title 19 funds of approximately $14.3 million in grant funds to be transferred from the Nevada Health Authority budget account 3158 to establish a new use category currently projected to cover currently projecting a shortfall in Division of Social Services budget account 3228 administration, primarily due to technology upgrades that were brought into effect by the HR 1, the big beautiful bill. And we are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we will start with Senator Wynn. I believe she has a couple questions.
Thank you. I do have a couple, if that's okay, Chair. I guess I will start. I see that there are the increase in project costs since your presentation in the 25 legislative session have gone up. Can you kind of discuss maybe some of those factors that have increased those project costs?
Yes, Chair, Committee Member Stacy Weeks for the record, Nevada Health Authority. We have since, when we came to session, we had kind of a broad estimate of what we thought the project would take. And then since HR 1 passed, in addition to working with our other vendor, Deloitte, with our sister agency, Robert's team at Division of Social Services, we've since found out that we do need to update the Deloitte system in a way so the two systems can appropriately share files. That's one of the amendments. The other amendment in front of you that is being paid for with these work programs is to help implement the new work requirements under HR 1. So both of these kind of go hand in hand and really help that process. So happy to answer any more questions if you do on that. Thank you.
I guess I kind of do have some follow-up questions. You said that a lot of those added costs have to do with the implementation of those work requirements around HR 1. Can you discuss whether or not those will prevent us under their fraud requirements? I'm just curious on whether or not what aspects of these changes will help prevent us losing any of that money potentially in the future. Does that make sense?
Robert Thompson for the record. Madam Chair, through you to the Senator. Senator, are you referencing the fraud, the food stamp fraud?
The error. I'm sorry, the error rate.
Robert Thompson for the record. This work program and these work requirements, what we are talking about today are specific to Medicaid. Okay. That is separate from the issue that we've been discussing in several meetings regarding the error rate. The division is still working on and putting enhancements in place that were approved in the special session with the overall goal of bringing down our error rate to under 6%. We are seeing early positive feedback coming in that we believe we may be able to come under the 6%, but it is still very early.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. And this is probably for you, Director Weeks. What are the next steps for implementing the Medicaid Express solution, and what additional components may be requested as enhancements in the 27-29 biennium?
Madam Chair, Stacy Weeks for the record, Nevada Health Authority. So right now we are looking at the project in really phases. So right now we currently have a contract through our exchange with a vendor, BMO, to do what is phase one, which is determination state for anyone who comes into the exchange, hopefully starting next open enrollment of this year. They will be able to come in and be determined eligible for Medicaid, and it'll be in coordination with our systems, but people will not see that behind the scenes, right? With our systems talking. They'll get real-time eligibility and be able to shop and pick a plan. That will be new. And once they're able to shop and pick a plan, they'll enroll. And if they end up being someone who may not be automated as a MAGI, which we think of as adult without children, pregnant women, parents, families, all of those individuals should be able to go through exchange. If they need more hand touch and guidance, they will be referred over to our sister agency at Division of Social Services, because some of our waiver recipients, for example, they need to fill out more paperwork or there's more verification if they're an immigrant. So there will be some handoffs, but most of the population we think that are newly eligible will be able to go through our exchange. That's phase one. That contract is expiring within the next year. So we're getting ready now to draft a RFP to build out phases 2 and 3. We're still working through what those phases the best option may be for the state. Our goal is to ensure that DSS, for example, still has sufficient funding and can sustain their operations. So one of the things that we're thinking about is how do we best do that? So once we get some of those things figured out in the next few months, we're going to be going out to RFP. So hopefully by the time I get here in front of you during session, we'll have a real idea of the cost. But right now, the costs in front of you are one-time funds or one-time request.
Thank you. You kind of already answered this a little bit, but if you could just clarify that anticipated timeline for developing the plan for the Division of Social Services to manage that transition of Medicaid eligibility activities to the Nevada Health Authority.
Madam Chair, Stacey Weeks for the record. Our teams have been working really closely, and I just want to say thank you to Administrator Robert Thompson and his team. We are not taking all eligibility away from DSS. It really is the majority of the population it's about 90% of Medicaid is what we call MAGI. MAGI is really modified adjusted income, right? And your taxes. And those individuals can get it. It's the same application through exchange, right? So we're really trying to modernize it through that system, but there is the 10 to 15% that still need to go through the DSS door. So it's really just figuring out a way to transition some of that over. So I guess to answer your question, we are working through now what the workload changes may look like, but with work requirements and all of the things that we know are coming online with HR1, there is plenty of work to go around. And so I think it's more of a shifting some of the work and duties and less about taking work away and moving it all over to the exchange, if that makes sense. We do hold under state law, under SB 494 that passed last session, we now hold the authority for the policy making. So when we set the eligibility rules, DSS implements it on their system, and the exchange as well would be recognizing that those rules too. So the exchange and DSS act in some ways as our vendors to operate eligibility enrollment for their populations. So to answer your question, sorry, I'm a little long-winded today. I don't know why, but basically, yes, we're in that process now and looking at phases 2 and 3 and how best to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions on this particular item? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your information. And with that, I will take a motion on I-33, 47, 48, 49, 53, 54, and 58.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on this particular item? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to I-46, Nevada Health Authority. Welcome, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Madam Chair, Stacy Weeks for the record, Director of Nevada Health Authority. I have with me here today Ann Jensen, our Nevada Medicaid Director, and then Lynette Aaron, our Deputy Director of Finance. She's in Carson City, as you can see. I'm going to let her walk through the work, introduce the work program to you, and then we'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will ask, I believe, Assemblymember Brown-May. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I was trying to get you out of here.
Good
All right,
afternoon,
please
Madam
go-
Chair.
Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, Lynette Aaron, Deputy Director with the Nevada Health Authority. So agenda item 46, this work program adds federal Title 19 funds as well as a transfer of funds from budget account 3177, Improve Healthcare Quality and Access account, to support Medicaid's Specialty Managed Care Plan for rural Nevada. And it also funds 4 new positions. That includes 1 Social Services Chief 3 position, 1 Management Analyst 3, and 2 Community Education and Information Officers. And with that, we'll stand for questions.
Now I get to go back. Thank you. That's what happens when you're reading what's in front of you. So with that, I will now go to Assemblymember Brown-May, who has a couple questions.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a couple of questions. Excuse me. Director Aaron, I wonder if you could talk through some of the components of the implementation plan for the Children's Medicaid Specialty Managed Care Plan that have changed from what was presented during the 25 legislative session. What is different?
Madam Chair, committee members, Ann Jensen for the record. I'm happy to take that question as we're leading this implementation plan. So since we last came to you all in session last year, we've gone through a really extensive process to procure this specialty plan. We've posted not 1, but 2 procurements based on feedback we've gotten from our community members, from our managed care partners, and especially from our Department of Justice and independent reviewer. What's changed is we are making a few changes to the geographic scale of this model, and we're starting with our urban Washoe and Clark County communities. The reason we're doing that is we're learning from our statewide managed care rollout that we need to be very thoughtful and intentional in how we build a model in our rural communities. So while we are piloting this delivery system first, where the majority of our children live, we're also spending a lot more intentional time thinking about our rural communities and ensuring that they have access and time to support the provider network development in partnership with the Rural Health Transformation Funds and a system of care grant that our colleagues at the Division of Child and Family Services have. So essentially just spending a little more intentional time to ensure our rural system of care is aligned with the needs and desires of our local community. So that's the biggest change. I'll also note it's a very extensive procurement process. For those that had the opportunity to read, it's about a 300-page scope of work. As we've gone through that process and gotten feedback from our independent reviewer, it's been clear that we needed some more support on our team to be able to effectively monitor and operationalize this program.
Thank you, Director Jensen. That was really well said. Could you talk through, are there specific difficulties that you've identified with regard to the rural delivery of this?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, committee members, Ann Jensen for the record. I think the challenges our rural communities are facing in children's behavioral health are no different than those our communities are facing in healthcare more generally. Provider workforce remains an acute challenge. We're 51st in the nation, and I don't have to tell this body that, but I think where we're really feeling the challenge is those enhanced behavioral health services we're focused on. So things like family and youth peer support, respite care to give caregivers a break, and really thoughtful and well-designed care coordination models for kids with behavioral health needs. Those are primarily new providers that we need to develop within our state or bring from other states. I'm really grateful for those that have been leading the charge in Nevada, including in our rural communities. We just don't have enough, and that is really acute in our rural settings. And I think the access challenges that are faced by kids in our whole state are felt even more acutely. And it's been something we've been hearing directly from our rural communities. I spent most of last week meeting with 6 of our critical access hospitals up north, and we'll be doing the same in the south. And we're really trying to do this in the right way, and sometimes that takes a little bit more time.
Thank you. One follow-up, Chair. Yes. Thank you so much. That's really great information, and I enjoy learning that you have taken the time to go and do a tour to really identify what the core needs are. Just one follow-up question relative to that. I'm curious, do you have anticipated needs that additional resources are going to be required as you continue through the Children's Specialty Managed Care Plan?
Madam Chair, committee members, and Jensen, for the record, we don't know at this time. I think we're feeling quite confident in the resources that we have. I think there's a lot, though, we're still learning, especially through our work with the Department of Justice on what their expectations are through the independent reviewer. That in particular may require some more robust resources around care coordination for kids in foster care and kids with behavioral health needs. But at this time, we feel that this resourcing is appropriate for the plan that we have, and we look forward to executing that.
Thank you, Administrator Jensen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions? Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I am concerned regarding the inability at this point to roll this out into rural areas. One of the things that was promised with the MCOs in rural Nevada was that they were going to be the all solution, everything Nevada, everything rural, the MCO is going to solve all of our problems. But now I'm hearing that, oh, they may not have the personnel, which we recognized quite a while ago. So it's disappointing that we're going to have to scale this yet back. And where's the accountability with our MCOs who promised so much? And then I have a follow-up.
Stacy Weeks for the record, Nevada Health Authority. Senator Titus, I completely understand and appreciate that. I think one of the things is, on the accountability side, on the MCOs, that is something we are looking at. One thing when, as Administrator Jensen walked through, we're not doing something with the rurals. What we're looking at actually is a non-managed care model, an administrative services organization, ASO. And I'll be honest with you, we're wondering if that isn't just a very viable, feasible option. So this is a great way to test it. And we know in other states it's worked well, especially in areas that like rural communities. So that is something we are exploring with our independent reviewer. And in addition to kind of a hybrid with a care management structure. Now, we know sometimes doing a care management entity can also be fully risk-based like a managed care plan. So we're trying to stay away from that kind of model and look at ways to actually get care and money to the provider. So I think there's more to come. And I think what I want to clarify is that us phasing in the managed care approach doesn't mean that we're not doing something for the rural communities. We will be. It's a non-managed care model. We're actually looking kind of like a managed fee-for-service model. I just don't have all the details yet on how that's going to look. But when it comes to accountability for the managed care plans, we're in the middle of the statewide rollout right now. Overall, I know my team went out to the rural hospitals like Administrator Jensen talked about. We did hear pretty good feedback, which is surprising. There were some things that our teams were unaware of that we've been able to address. I think one thing that we're learning, even you can gather metrics all day, you can monitor a problem all day, but until you actually talk to the providers and kind of hear what they're going through, we can't really solve the problem. Also, I would just note lastly is that rural communities are unique. And as we roll out statewide managed care, we're learning that. And it's not as easy as I think we probably were promised, right? And so we're working through that now, and we want to make sure that the rollout of the specialty managed care plan is successful for children, and then also pay attention to the rural communities for the children as well.
Follow up if I might, Madam Chair, and thank you for that, because that was one of my concerns that I've expressed all along. Having said all of that, I'm glad to see that you're looking at maybe a different model. The next question I have is the provider tax. I thought the provider taxes were kind of put on hold, and I'm wondering, this is how you're going to pay for this program with some of the provider taxes. Have they been started again, or is it, because we've heard some concerns about that?
Stacy Weeks for the record, Madam Chair, committee members. Yes and no. So for any new provider taxes passed, or submitted or implemented after July 1st of last year, yes, moratorium is kind of in place. For current provider taxes, they're still going. Our hospital tax is still going. Now, there's an interim health next week. So spoiler alert, we're going to be walking through all the changes and what that means for funding. So there are some reductions to funding for children's behavioral health, and we can talk about that. I will tell you though, even though it's about 45 million a year is what we're estimating at the end of next biennium that will be reduced, we still have over 50 million or closer to 80 million. And Lynette's going to correct me later if I'm wrong, but I know it's in that range somewhere that we still have enough to fund the program. So we're monitoring that closely and making sure as we design all of these things that we're staying within budget. So happy to talk more through that if that's helpful.
Well, great. Thank you for that. And I'll look forward to the more information in the HHS committee. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions on I-46? All right, with that, I will ask for a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Nguyen, thank you for the second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you for being with us. And we will go on to I-60. 61, I-74, and we will add L3, and that will be Department of Corrections.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Russ Alfano. I'm the medical administrator for the Nevada Department of Corrections. What you have before you is work programs that are all together. The methodology we're trying to use, we're requesting to solve the budgetary shortfall that prison medical is experiencing currently. Work program item number 60 and item 74 establish an increased revenue authority for prison medical to bring in an additional $400,000 through the mechanism that is NRS 209246. Item 61 is a standalone to partially fund the shortfall through internal category realignment. And item L3, which is work program 81294, is the request before you for contingency funds to solve for that portion as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I will ask Vice Chair Monroe Moreno if she has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions. And thank you for being here with us this afternoon. Could you discuss with us, because you didn't highlight it in your overview, the impact of the senior medical position vacancies on and how that affects your ability to provide in-house medical care for patients and its reliance and your reliance on outside providers?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. Russ Alfano, Medical Administrator, Nevada Department of Corrections. The lack of MD or DO level providers that we don't have within the department makes us more reliant on APRN level practitioners that we are able to currently have. And the inability for them to work beyond their scope requires them to defer to outside entities. Similar and not similar in the community setting, you go to your primary care physician, they want you to go see a specialist. We do not have the latitude, we have to send people out. So if you have a case that is beyond the scope of comfort and care of the provider that we currently employ, they will be requested to consult with an outside provider for more specific managed care.
Follow-up? Yes. You spoke about the provider that you currently employ. Do you only employ the APRNs because that's who applies for the job, or you hiring an MD or a DO will require a higher salary that the department just can't afford? Can you tell us why it's only the APRNs?
Thank you again. Through you, Madam Chair. Russ Alfano, Medical Administrator, Department of Corrections. Yes to all of the above. When you put the non-competitive salary that we offer, for example, we pay MDs, their salary range is roughly $106 an hour. A mid-level practitioner or an APRN nurse practitioner, that level is right around $65 an hour, which wouldn't get much appetite in the community. And when you add on top of that the caveat of working in a correctional setting, it makes it extremely difficult and daunting to recruit and retain that level of licensed professional.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I know that I would assume that other states' departments of corrections have the same challenges that we have here in Nevada. Have you looked at or evaluated strategies that have been used by other states that could help in providing medical service to the offenders?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, again, Russ Alfano, Department of Corrections. Yes, and the situation that we have in Nevada is somewhat exacerbated by the fact that we are in Nevada, which is largely a rural populated or lack of population state. For example, Oregon pays slightly better than we offer our current practitioners. But there is a shortage of medically licensed professionals just in the state as a whole. I've heard earlier testimony from Titus that, you know, the state of Nevada is eager to bolster the roster of medical professionals that practice in the state of Nevada. And it's just, we are one of the many places that share that eagerness to get more people in and to have more providers accessible for healthcare. We struggle additionally with outside providers finding providers to serve the population when they are beyond the scope of work, and we actually have to send them to outside medical.
One last question, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. And I know, well, I would assume that you're looking at plans or ways that you could reduce the frequency of those medical transportations to those outside medical providers. If you are looking at some other ways to reduce those transportation methods, could you share those with us today?
Thank you for the question. Through you again, Madam Chair. Russ Alfano, Department of Corrections. Yes, we've recently started conversations with Nevada Health Authority to see if we can perhaps leverage and get involved in the process of ensuring discounts or reductions when we do have to send offenders to the community for treatment and care. We have something that is being stood up in probably the next 2 weeks, on-med kiosks within 3 of the institutions, Lovelock here in Carson City at NNCC and at High Desert State Prison, that will hopefully, it is our hope and prayer that we have those in place to take care of some of the more common chronic clinical things, such as refilling prescriptions or a follow-up after a treatment or a procedure and how's it going, checking in like you would have follow-ups in the community, to use the kiosk and the telemedicine provider in the kiosk to take some of the lift off of the providers that we do have in the institutions that are state employees, so that they can be better addressing the emergency or the more complex that require hands-on or maybe more intense monitoring. So by defraying that workload through the on-med kiosks that we're standing up, we will see how that goes. Obviously, we're going to have metrics to develop and see how that rolls out.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask a few questions. I do have an idea, but I'd like to reach out to you and discuss it offline. So expecting the call.
Thank you very much. Warnings are always great. All right, with that, any additional questions? Senator Scheibel.
Thank you so much. You had mentioned at the top of your presentation that you were also looking at utilizing funds through NRS 209.246, which I understand are the individual offenders' accounts. And I'm not seeing what deductions you're proposing and where you're proposing they go. I'm probably just overlooking it because there's a lot of information here. But if you could just clarify what you plan on using that mechanism for and how much.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, Russ Alfano, Nevada Department of Corrections. We're asking for an increase of $400,000, which comes from the inmate welfare account, into prison medical's budget account to collect more of the available revenue as is triggered through NRS 209-246. Specifically that those qualifying events, and there's no direct correlation, but it varies anywhere from 6% to 11% of what we spend in outside medical. A certain portion of that is eligible for prison medical to recoup the actual expenditures we spend at the discounted rates or what have you, but we are able to recoup some of those expenditures as they qualify for that, ma'am.
So to clarify, the money that you're talking about is money that comes from the offender account and goes into the inmate welfare account, which is then utilized to pay these medical expenses. Are you proposing increasing the contribution from the individual's accounts to the inmate welfare account? Or inmate welfare fund, sorry.
Good afternoon, Celeste Arnold, Administrative Services Officer 3 for support. No, ma'am. What that account does is it collects the funds in various iterations, and the 400,000 that is proposed with that work program is coming out of their retained earnings category. We are not raising the amounts that we are collecting from the inmates. These are funds that have been sitting in reserve specifically to support inmate costs.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Okay, I think we have a question from Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do you guys collect or have data on what is the point in which you actually provide medical care, and if any of your medical care costs are because it is a latent act, meaning you have been going on for 6 months and now you're finally dealing with it and now it's more expensive to deal with? Do you have any data on when you first identify the medical issue and when you actually treat it?
For the record, Russ Alfano, Medical Administrator, Nevada Department of Corrections. I think I get your question. All medical treatment is done as needed, whether there is a quote-unquote backlog to go out and see optometry, for example, something like that, and lack of being able to have an optometrist on site would exacerbate the problem and make it become more of a, it's not just corrective lenses, now they have to do a surgery. Is that what you're referencing, ma'am?
Yeah, because you're aware of the stories, right? If the one person said they had to wait for the cataract surgery, but they had told folks that they needed the surgery, that something was wrong with their eyes. And then it turns out that they were waiting to get cataract surgery. So it's like, if you know something is wrong and then you're telling folks and then you're like, oh, well, wait a year, it would be more expensive to then treat later rather than treating it on, 2 weeks or within 3 weeks of someone telling you it's an issue. Does that make sense?
For the record, Russ Alfano, Medical Administrator, Department of Corrections. You are correct. We do not wait. To the best of my knowledge, if someone requires surgery, they go with the health information coordinator and we schedule the next available slot of it that we can. Again, we are dependent upon community providers. For example, cataract surgery is beyond the scope of our medical doctors even that specialize. So we have to schedule with an outside provider, and they're overburdened and reluctant to take on a state of Nevada offender. So we have that obstacle to overcome. There's also part of the delay is the priority of emergent surgery or emergent procedures that sometimes take the place of and bump someone that was supposed to go out for surgery today to the next available slot because something happened on a prison yard that required all hands and took precedence. So we have the obstacle of maintaining safety and security first, because that's our primary function, and working in as expeditiously as we can all the appointments and all the outside need that is beyond the scope of work of the practitioners that we have in-house.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, additional questions on this topic? All right, I don't think I see any. And so with that, I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And with that, we will go on to I-90. Sort of sounds like a highway or a freeway, so I-90, so good thing NDOT's here. Go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Denny, and I'm the Assistant Director of Administration for the Nevada Department of Transportation. And with us is Sandra Rosenberg, with me, I should say, and she's our Deputy Director for NDOT. We're before you seeking your approval of work program C80403. And this work program requests a budget augmentation of $585,776 to cover NDOT's flight operations budget. This additional funding will cover increases in costs for hangars, fuel, maintenance, and the addition of contract pilot services to augment our pilot staff as we've had difficulty with recruiting and retaining pilots. Our NDOT aircraft provide savings over commercial travel, and they're useful for accessing rural parts of the state, providing photogrammetry, photo flights, coordination with our rural partners, and also valuable with emergency operations. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And with that, I believe Assemblymember Hadigi has a question or two. Speaker Yeager is going to ask them.
Thank you so much, Chair. I have a few questions on this budget item. The state's 2 airplanes, can you just confirm, are both of those airplanes currently being used given the pilot shortage?
For the record, Sandra Rosenberg, Deputy Director. We currently only have 1 pilot, so we are operating one plane at a time, and it depends on the mission for that day, which aircraft we use.
Okay, but both of them are being used, just not at the same time.
That is correct.
Okay, great. And then in terms of the request that's before the committee today, I understand the overtime request because you only have one pilot, and that pilot probably can't fly all the time given regulations. But the budget amount for the hangars in Carson City and Las Vegas is a pretty big increase from what was approved, 68,000 to 265,000. Are you able to give a little bit more details about why there was such an increase in the cost of hangars for this fiscal year and presumably next fiscal year as well?
Again, for the record, Sandra Rosenberg, Deputy Director of NDOT. Yes, I can. We had, particularly in Las Vegas, that was the biggest increase. It went from $2,000 a month to $9,000, and that's because we had a multi-decade agreement with the Quail Air Center down there. Last year, they changed owners and revisited all of the lease terms. So it was a large increase, but it is closer to market rate. So that was, I believe we were paying that $2,000 amount for at least 20 years. So that was a big adjustment. And similarly in Carson City, we had a 5-year lease agreement, and that one was also expiring and was updated. We did do everything we could to negotiate on these terms. However, there was limited other availabilities to house the aircraft. So Carson City went from $5,163 a month to $7,500 a month. So both of them increased significantly.
Okay, thank you. I think that probably goes along with the cost of everything increasing these days. So that's not surprising. And then there's about $300,000 in additional costs for unexpected repairs and maintenance services, as well as other operational costs. Could you just tell me a little bit more about that? Are these repairs on the airplanes themselves? Is this fuel costs? What is driving? Because that's a pretty substantial increase as well.
Again, Sandra Rosenberg, Deputy Director. Yeah, the cost of, as you all know, the cost of everything has increased. So some of the maintenance, we never know how much it's going to cost until the plane does go in for maintenance, and parts in particular have increased significantly. In addition, the fuel cost has increased significantly. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I believe the aviation fuel has increased something like 50 cents in the last month or so. So it certainly adds up to a big increase.
Thank you, and I'm sure tariffs probably don't help with the parts issue, just like with automobiles. But so maybe this is an obvious question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. But what would happen if we as a committee did not approve this request for additional funding? How would you respond to that? What would you have to do? What would you have to do?
Thank you, Sandra Rosenberg, for the record. We would have to look at the cost for the remainder of the year. Most likely we would be grounding both aircrafts and not taking any more flights for the rest of the year. We still may have issues with going over budget for the leases again, but we would certainly look at all different options, but most likely would cease operations until next fiscal year.
Thank you. And Chair, if I just have a couple more, hopefully quick questions. So you had mentioned that these airplanes are sometimes used to transport state employees, and then other times are used for aerial photograph and what have you. I've never flown on one of these planes before, but do you have a sense of, in terms of the percentage breakdown, like what percentage of the seats are filled by state employees who are being moved from one location to another versus these other sort of activities that require an airplane, such as the photographing, the mapping, the GIS service? Do you have any of that, or just a general sense of what that might be?
Again, Sandra Rosenberg, and Deputy Director, for the record. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I would say the vast majority of trips are employees going from one location to another to visit job sites, meetings with our local partners, meetings with rural parts of the state, bridge inspections, those sorts of things. And it is primarily NDOT staff. We do allow other highway fund agencies to fly as well as other state agencies if there is capacity available. The photo missions are those are challenging. It takes a day to put in the camera and a day to remove the camera from the plane. So we typically schedule a couple weeks during the summer to use one of the planes for that purpose solely. But, you know, again, we schedule a week or two at a time. So there are times when that's the majority purpose, but that is only a couple weeks of the year.
Great, thank you for that response. And you said earlier in your introductory remarks that this is a more cost-efficient method of moving employees. There may have been a time when I doubted that, when we used to have Southwest Airlines that would charge $29 one way. Those days are well behind us, and I think even the state negotiated rate on Southwest is $255 one way between Vegas and Reno, which you know, maybe the Attorney General needs to look at that at some point because it's driving up costs. But my question is just, is it still your belief that this option in front of us is more cost efficient than having those employees, particularly between Vegas and Reno, having those employees fly commercial? This is a better option. It'll save the state money in the long run.
Again, Sandra Rosenberg for the record. Yes, we still believe it's more cost effective. We are currently updating those calculations more so to see where we have typically a policy of a minimum number of employees before we will confirm the flight. So we're updating those numbers as well. The biggest cost difference, I believe, is really in productivity when you factor in the time lost to fly commercial and potential. Sometimes there needs to be an overnight stay because of the times of meetings where we can have an adaptable schedule, the time of travel to and from the airport, the time to arrive early at the airport. And then if you factor in the areas of the state that we can access with our aircraft versus commercial simply is not available. So while the majority of our flights go to Las Vegas and back, we do travel to Elko, Ely, Winnemucca, Pioche, all over the state where employees would have to drive, and that's probably, you know, a full day of driving in each direction, overnight stays, those sorts of costs as well. So yes, we do think it's both cost effective and more efficient to use these aircraft.
Thank you for that response. Certainly members of this committee are aware of all the time lost flying between Las Vegas and Reno during a legislative session, not to mention the constant headache of delays and what have you at the airport. The final question I have, if you would allow, Madam Chair, is just the issue before us today is fiscal year 2026. I'm imagining these issues will continue into fiscal year 2027. Do you have an estimate of what additional costs might be requested in the future to cover fiscal year 2027?
Sandra Rosenberg, Deputy Director for the record. We are seeing if we have that information handy. We are estimating, that's the additional, approximately $830,000 needed next year in addition to the approved budget amount.
Great, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I guess we'll hope maybe fuel costs will come down at some point in our lifetime.
Keywords, lifetime. All right, thank you very much. With that being said, do we have more questions? I hear you. Oh, okay. Assembly Member O'Neill, I'm sorry, I couldn't see who was saying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. When we buy fuel for the planes, is it on each flight you just refuel, or do you actually buy in anticipation in lots ahead of time?
Again, Sandra Rosenberg for the record. We do have fuel agreements in place with the providers both in Carson City and Las Vegas, but we do purchase each flight. We fill up before each flight.
Is it a possibility to buy bulk fuel ahead of time at a cheaper rate?
Sandra Rosenberg for the record. We do not have storage capacity for that. We can look into seeing if that could be part of our agreement that we guarantee a certain number of gallons purchased. That may already be part of the agreement. I'm just not familiar with the inner workings of that.
I think that's where I was going, actually, to buy it in bulk or a contract that will purchase so much at a set rate, save a few dollars here and there.
Thank you. All right. Additional questions? All right, I don't think I see any, no hands. All right, with that, I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second from Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us today. All right, we will go to leave that item agenda and agenda item and go to K, the IFC contingency account, and Mr. Thorley will take it over.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I will briefly go over the IFC contingency account balance. The statement can be found in volume 3 of your meeting packets in tab K. That begins on page 153. Again, volume 3 of the meeting packet today that's available at your desk and online. Page 153 has the summary information. Moving on to page 155 is the detailed information for FY26, or I'm sorry, yes, the current fiscal year FY26. And then starting on page 157 is a detailed information for FY27. There is a request under agenda item M for an allocation from the contingency account in the current fiscal year and in the upcoming fiscal year FY27, which is why we included detailed information for both fiscal years in the statement. Before the committee today, there are four, well, let's call it 5 requests, although one is a request for the same thing, just in 2 different fiscal years. So in FY26, there are 4 requests for totaling just under $5 million. If all approved, and then in FY27, there's a request for about $342,000 from the contingency account. If you look at the summary page on page 153, in the totals column, you'll see that if everything is approved, both for FY26 and the one request in FY27, that there will be approximately $155.9 million remaining in the IFC contingency account. That's made up of $43.9 million in the unrestricted, that's the general use, general fund portion. Then there's the unrestricted highway fund, that'd be $1.6 million. And then there'd be $110.4 million remaining in the restricted general fund and highway fund portion. I'll end it there, Madam Chair. If there's any questions that any members have, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, members, any questions on this item? All right, with that, that is an information only item. So now we will move on to L1 and 4. Screenbuyer, are you ready? When you're ready, go.
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. Secretary of State in Carson City is going to take their item number 1 and introduce it.
Perfect. All right, up to Carson City. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Mark Volashin, first name is spelled M-A-R-K, last name W-L-A-S-C-H-I-N. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State for Elections for the record. Item L1 is a request for an allocation of $233,704 to replace money used excuse me, for a federal grant offset, a debt offset. While you have the information in the program in front of you, I've got members, other colleagues from the Office of the Secretary of State here to answer questions, along with representatives from Veteran Services and others. So that being said, we're here for questions.
Madam Chair, if I may, Tiffany Greenmont for the record.
Please.
I would like to call up Director Sanders as she can explain the TOP program, which is the Treasury Offset Program. So just to educate everybody on how this program works and with the federal government and how they take back their funds. So if she may.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead when
Chair.
you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Akia Sanders, Office of Federal Assistance for the record. So I'll give a brief background on how all of this came about. So OFA and GFO collaborated with the Office of Secretary of State to review the Treasury offset impacting fiscal year 24 HAVA election security grant. The debt in question was incurred between July 2020 and December 2020 based on correspondence received by OFA from the U.S. Department of Treasury and a preliminary research through addresses provided and unique entity identifiers. The Southern Nevada Veterans Home was identified through the addresses listed. It still remains to be determined whether the UEI in question was utilized by another state agency, but we are all working together to identify who created this debt. The funding originated from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration, HRSA, Provider Relief Funds. I would also like to take a moment and say that last summer, myself and Director Greenemeyer received an uptick of these sorts of issues. And so we kind of put our heads together with the Controller's Office to provide a framework and how to address them. The debt resulted from failure to comply with federal reporting requirements associated with payments received in late 2020. Although the entity attested to the terms and conditions of the funding, including required reporting, it did not submit the required reports for the applicable reporting period. As a result, HRSA established debts tied to those payments. Federal correspondence from the U.S. Department of Treasury indicates that due to this noncompliance, the debt was referred for collection and became subject to the Treasury Offset Program. Under TOPS, all subdivisions or organizations sharing a single taxpayer identification number are collectively responsible for debts associated with the TIN. As a result, if multiple state agencies utilize the same TIN when interacting with the federal government, an eligible payment to one agency may be offset to satisfy a debt owed by another agency under the same TIN. This applies even in cases where one agency may not have direct knowledge of the debt. The associated notices further indicated that interest accrued at 12.125% annually, administrative costs and penalties, 6% annually after 91 days delinquent, were assessed. Additionally, failure to resolve the debt within the required time frame resulted in referral to the TOPS program, where additional collection fees may be applied. When this issue was brought to our attention, OFA, GFO, and the State Controller's Office worked collaboratively to implement a formalized process to address situations of this nature. We also held mandatory training in the beginning of the year, conducted by Ide Bailey to ensure our state agencies had the appropriate education needed. Through this coordinated effort, updates to the State Administrative Manual were developed and subsequently approved during the March Board of Examiners meeting. These updates established a statewide framework for managing TOP offsets with the intent to identify and address compliance issues earlier in the process prior to referral to TOPS. This proactive approach is designed to better support state agencies and mitigate the accrual of additional interest, penalties, and administrative costs associated with debts once they enter the TOPS program. Following notification to the offset impacting Secretary of State's office, OFA worked in coordination with GFO and the Controller's Office to establish a point of contact for federal debt correspondence with the Department of Treasury. Concurrently, OFA and GFO have been working collaboratively with Nevada Department of Veteran Services to further identify the origin and responsible person for this debt. OFA's correspondence with the U.S. Department of Treasury occurred on the following dates: October 24th, 2025, January 21st, 2026, January 26th, 2026, March 6th, 2026, March 11th, 2026, and in the past 2 weeks, I've reached out to Treasury multiple times. OFA will continue to work directly with GFO and NDVS to properly identify the origin of this debt. And we will also continue to work directly with our agencies to be proactive in identifying and addressing these sorts of issues well before they get to this point. I would think I echo the sentiments of the point is to be proactive, and if you have issues, then we can navigate these in the beginning before they're referred to the Treasury Offset Program. So I stand by for any questions.
I do think we have some questions, and I'll start with Assemblymember Carter.
Thank you very much. You know, now that we've had a summary of what we're going to do going forward, can you summarize the discussions between the Governor's Finance Office, the Governor's Office of Federal Assistance, and the Office of the Secretary of State that led to today, led to the decision to submit a request for an allocation from the IFC contingency account to the Secretary of State?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. I will let Secretary of State explain why they needed to come forward with a request for IFC contingency funds, because they can explain their HAVA grant better than anybody. But we got here today because of the funding was taken away. They did a draw for their HAVA grant through the state treasury, and then the federal government just went and pulled it. So that left them, so they are no longer whole when they asked for their draw. So that's why we're here today with that piece of it. But when it comes to more research, it needs to be done. With the help of veterans fiscal team, they were able to track down 3 of the deposits for me, and I was able to track down where they came from and start identifying agencies at the agency that it owns this piece of it, right? So once I have the rest of the pieces together, then I can pull the agencies in together, and we can work with the federal governments and try to get them back into compliance and try to see if we can get the money back. But I'll go ahead and let Secretary of State explain their HAVA grant.
This is Rachel Bennett, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections. The Office of Secretary of State is here as a result of the Federal Treasury Offset Program action in May 2024 that reduced our HAVA election security grant by $213,921.20. We then had $19,783 in interest that we have not been able to accrue. This was not draw. This was actually, the debt offset is essentially a garnishment from our grant. So while the full $1 million award was issued, a portion was intercepted prior to deposit to satisfy a debt that did not originate from our office. And it created both a funding gap and a federal compliance issue because our HAVA grant is now being audited for this time, from 2018 to 2025. And in regards to the grant, I'm going to let our Deputy Secretary of State for Elections answer questions in regards to that.
Thank you, Deputy Bennett. Mark Vlossen for the record. Assemblymember Carter, the only other thing I'd like to add to that statement is that, of course, the Help America Vote Act as a federal grant, you may be aware that federal grants are especially related to the HAVA grant, are surprisingly intermittent. They vary in both the quantity and the frequency that the federal government appropriates them to states. So again, of course, not only when we identified that the $1 million that we were expecting was not in full, of course, we need the money. Every dollar helps to ensure free and fair elections across the country, and especially Nevada. And so therefore, we have continued to work with the Governor's Finance Office and the other agencies to identify not only the source of the issue, but also to rectify it so that we can get the funding, so that in the event we need it to, again, increase the, to improve the administration of federal elections, which is the grant purpose, we have the funding and are able to do so in a timely manner.
This is focused more at the Department of Veterans Affairs. What steps did the Department of Veterans Services take to resolve the debt owed to the federal government prior to the interception of the Help America Vote Act grant funds? That's number one. Number two, why was the debt not paid back to the federal government when it was requested? And what notice did the Department of Veterans Services receive that the federal government would intercept funds directed to a different state agency in order to satisfy that department's debt? And one last thing that I'd like to know is how much of this is principal and how much is it of penalties, fees, interests?
So with that, with your first question, so Veterans Services, upon further research, even though they've not necessarily had the full involvement, right? They got the delinquent letters, yes, right? Because they used the other agencies that were involved use the UEI that's connected to veterans. So even though veterans got the delinquent letter, it wasn't their grant that was out of compliance. It's another agency that was basically out of compliance from the 3 deposits that I just received 2 days ago, is tracking to a different agency. So you have a UEI that's veterans that another agency utilized during the CARES Act provider grant 7 years ago is what happened. So that's what's created this whole mess, I should say.
And Director Sanders, for the record, if I may, to some of the research that we've been doing, and thank you for Nevada Department of Veteran Services for assisting us. We received the letters that should have went out to the facility in Northern Nevada upon more research, and this is at no fault of Nevada Department of Veteran Services. Treasury is not consistent in how they go about in notifying us or even sending out these letters, and so as myself and Director Greenemeyer noticed, they forgot to include the suite number on those letters. And when we were able to look up the UEI and the physical address and the mailing address that was related to the Southern Nevada Veterans Home, the suite number was added. So what we have seen is even in the emails that I receive and the controller's office receives, they're not consistent in how they notify us. Sometimes there's addresses, sometimes there's not. But the tax ID number is always connected. And so to echo what Director Greenemeyer stated, based on our research that we are still conducting, it seems as though someone else utilized their unique entity identifier number that you obtained through SAMS.gov, which is why it traces back to their physical and mailing address. But it seems as though if those letters were sent, and I'm just kind of looking back 7 years as we stated, they could have not potentially received them due to an incorrect address.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. So then why does our paperwork say Department of Veterans Services when you just said it was not the Department of Veterans Services that incurred this debt? And what was the actual debt in relation to how much was withheld from the Secretary of State's office? What was the actual debt before they piled on fees, interest, and everything else?
Director Sanders, for the record, I'll start and then I'll let Director Greenemeyer jump in. As I stated in the beginning, we saw an uptick of these issues last summer, and so we came together collaboratively as agencies and decided to create a process so that way we could stop the extra interest and penalties that are becoming a burden to our state. As we're continuing to research this, and we have that correspondence, as I stated, Southern Nevada Veterans Home is in fact under Nevada Department of Veteran Services. We are still conducting research, as Director Greenemeyer stated, which we've traced back. They were HRSA provided relief funds. I would also like to identify that this took place during the pandemic. And although I did not work for the state at that time, I know that things were happening in a different format for efficiency as we were all sheltering in place at home. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, I have some clarification questions, I guess. I want to know, can you be real clear with who actually is owed the money, who owes the money? If there's an investigation going on, why are we voting on funding right now? Because if there's an investigation going on, perhaps we should have you finish that investigation, clarify all the needs, wants, and everything in between, and then come back at the next IFC in June. And at that point, tell us, okay, we finished this. We had this, we didn't even know somebody out there owed money or didn't owe money. It sounds like there's another entity in there that isn't identified as of yet. So if I'm misunderstanding some of that, let me know, but that would be where I am right now. We need some clarification and some actual facts.
Tiffany Greenemeyer for the record. So when we originally submit for IFC, so it's like a timing issue. At that time, we really thought it was veterans that owed the debt to Secretary of State. After a further review and veterans fiscal staff diving in deeper and trying to figure out, well, where are these deposits? They were able to discover that there was another entity that was involved. And then that led me down the road 2 days ago to tracking exactly who it was. There might be one more entity, but I haven't gotten that information yet to track. But I really like to have a conversation with the other party that's involved before I let the rest of this information out at this point. So that's why we're here today. And I didn't want veterans to take the heat from this, because it's really not their fault when it comes down and I find out there's other agencies involved in this situation. So now I need to do further investigation and solve the problem.
And I appreciate this. This is like a great 48-hour show. So I just think that we ought to wait like maybe 48 days or 60. So I would suggest that we put this on hold and allow you time to finish your investigation, find out who owes money, who doesn't, how much, what have you. And then at the June IFC, perhaps we can put this back on the agenda and you'll have the necessary information and then we can vote on that. And so I don't know how the committee feels about that, but if anybody agrees with me, they're welcome to, I guess the motion would be to table this, get more information so that we have accurate information on this particular item and bring it back in June.
Chair Dundar, Mark Vlash for the record. May I make a quick comment before that motion, please, about this request?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Chair. Mark Vlash for the record. I do want to clarify again, just prior to that possible motion, 2 things. First, Again, a reminder that this came about a while ago, but it has come to the forefront because of the ongoing federal audit of our state's Help America Vote Act grant. That audit is ongoing, like I said, and the ability to recoup this money to get the grant right. If we don't, then it will be a finding, as well as the fact that the interest is going to continue to go up. The last part I'd like to mention, and this is more of a practicality, it's an election year. As you all well know, this funding, again, could be needed potentially leading up to or during the primary election or in the immediate time period directly after. There are a number of things that are going on, contingencies and discussions otherwise, that may result in needing this funding, possibly in a way that doesn't meet the timeline of the June IFC meeting, that I simply wanted to flag as a possible risk for your decision.
Deputy
Vice Chair Monroe Marino has a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along those lines, Mr. Velashan, does this grant go into a separate account and that money held separately? What is the amount that you have in reserves? You talked about elections. We're talking about what, 230,000? Is that what we're talking about? Is that, do you have enough in your reserves to cover that amount until we get to our next meeting?
Thank you for the question. Assemblymember Mark Velashan, for the record. Team's looking at the numbers right now. One moment, and I'll be able to give you an answer. Okay, thank you for your patience. We do have $2,991,834 in our reserve. Again, the concern I have is simply that we don't know the quantity that we're going to need to spend, or if we do, depending on the scale of a contingency between now and June, it may exceed all of that, or perhaps be nothing, unfortunately. That is the world that we live in. So again, simply wanted to flag that as a risk, to make sure that you were aware of that prior to the decision.
Follow-up? Thank you, Madam Chair. So this may be a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it. So you knew about this situation while we were in session last year. Is that correct?
Mark Velashan, for the record, that is correct.
And during the legislative session, no one brought this to our attention where we could take care of it when we were working on the budget. Is that correct?
Mark Velashan, for the record, that is correct, though we were working with entities who also were aware across the state government.
Well, I'm just saying no one told us, not just you. No one involved in this, whoever the who is, let this body know that there was a problem that we could have taken care of during a regular legislative session where budgeting is done. The IFC, right, our contingency account is for emergency situations. So if we fill the gap that you all now feel is an emergency, and we truly have an emergency down the line that will require that 200,000 or 300,000 that we gave to fix a problem that we don't even know who started the problem. It's like, I don't know. I don't see it as an emergency right now, and you have over $2 million in your reserves that could cover it until we get back here. I don't see us, and maybe I'm wrong, and please correct me if I am, that we would spend $2 million on this election and you would need this other $233,000. Please help me understand what I'm not understanding if I'm not correct.
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember. The only caveat to that I would add, and you are correct, is that throughout the time from the first discovering of this issue and the withholding of the $233,000 or $213,000 that was originally withheld, the intent of the office was to identify, again, through our collaboration with the other agencies, which agency was responsible, and then to work directly with either the administrator or the director of that agency through the secretary and our team to remedy this issue without needing to come to the contingency fund and talk to this body about that. But otherwise, you are correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with you. Perhaps it's something we need to talk offline before making a decision, but I'm going to ask everyone at both tables, both here and Vegas and in Carson City, please don't put the legislative body in this position again. If something's brought to your attention that we have money coming from the federal government that we were expecting, you only got a portion of that dollars. I believe you have a responsibility, I don't care what agency, what division it is within the state, to let the legislature know as soon as possible, and especially during a legislative session where we as a body can take care of that situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going to take about a little bit of a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back. So stay tuned. Hold on. All right, we're back to work. All right, we've heard a lot of information and I would like to, we're missing our vice chair. I was looking to see where she was. Hang on. We're missing. We have an MIA. All right, while we're waiting for our vice chair, I'll let Assembly Member Hafen ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the Vice Chair stepping out, so we had some time for me to ask a question. Thank you, Director, for being here. So all my years serving on IFC, I've seen a lot of grants been given out, and a lot of times it's not 100% of what was requested for. Have we ever seen where an agency or department comes back and asks for the difference of what was not awarded before like this?
Tiffany Greenemar for the record. No, we haven't. This is the first time.
Deputy of Operations, Rachel Bennett, we were awarded the whole $1 million. We just did not receive it due to the debt offset.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hadigi.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll make it quick. But Ms. Greenmeyer, once you identify which agency was at fault for not reporting and incurring the debt, will there be an audit done of this agency? Just my concern is if this grant wasn't reported correctly or at all, are there other grants that weren't reported correctly, and are we going to see further clawbacks?
Tiffany Greenemar for the record. Yes, we'll do a better audit if, we find that there's other grants that have not been reported correctly, and make sure they're in compliance with the federal government. This is just kind of like a weird situation, and I think it just kind of is a snowball situation because of COVID. Things were happening quick. If you were around, and then I think you were, we were moving fast, right? And I can see why this got slipped through the cracks. So we will do what we can to make sure we keep our agencies in compliant with the federal government.
Thank you. All right, I am going to accept a motion to not approve the Office of the Secretary of State's request for an allocation from the IFC contingency fund account. Instead, direct the office to provide the completed report that demonstrates a fiscal impact to the office, along with a plan developed by the office. And I would ask the Governor's Finance Office, the Governor's Office of Federal Assistance, the Department of Veterans Services at future IFC meetings to reinstate the funds deducted from the office's HAVA grant due to the debt owed. And I would add to that motion to approve the entire allocation from the IFC contingency account to the Department of Veterans Affairs as submitted, $492,884 to fund the projected revenue shortfall in cemetery interment fees and correct a cost allocation reimbursement error and fund an increase in utility and contract services costs at the Southern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery. So Vice Chair, if you would like to make that motion, I just am telling you what I'm thinking here.
So I'm not going to restate it all. I'm just going to say so moved.
Thank you very much. And a second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on that motion? All right, with that, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And if anybody has a question on that, I'm sure you can find our fiscal staff. Thank you very much. All right, with that, that allows us to move on to M. And Las Vegas Justice Court.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is John McCormick, John, last name McCormick, McCormick. I'm the Assistant Court Administrator at the Nevada Supreme Court, and I am here today primarily as the middle person in this transaction. We are requesting $61,600 from the contingency fund in the current fiscal year, and then $341,600 from the contingency fund in the upcoming fiscal year, pursuant to Section 59 of Assembly Bill 4 of the special session, which afforded that contingency, or the amount or afforded us the opportunity to make the contingency request. And we're making it on behalf of Las Vegas Justice Court to implement the data tracking associated with the program that was called for in sections 8, 9, and 10 of that same assembly bill. It's the intent of the AOC, if the request is granted, that we will subgrant that money to the Las Vegas Justice Court using our existing subgrant process that we use for our trial court improvement grants that we make, and that we've also used to make grants of federal and state relief fund dollars during the pandemic. And I have Chief Judge De La Garza and members of her staff from Las Vegas Justice Court here to actually talk about the program, as I am the middle person.
Thank you,
Mr.
very
McCormick.
much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Committee. I will make it this quick. This is pursuant to AB 4, the governor's crime bill. As part of that crime bill, the Las Vegas Justice Court was tasked with keeping certain statistics pursuant to a corridor that was created. That corridor has been created, and the Las Vegas Justice Court is in a position at this point where we just don't have the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, to keep all of the statistics that we are now required to report on both a monthly and an annual basis. I do have with me my head of IT in case there are any questions about the specifics of the IT requirements. I think you should have received that as part of your packets. But one of the things that he wants to maybe speak to this afternoon is maybe the timeline, because I know that might be a concern. I know that we heard that from the Nevada Resort Association earlier. And then I'll let him get into the specifics. And then if you have any questions, I will try to answer those for you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, there we go. Harrison Kirshner, Las Vegas Justice Court, on the record. So you can see that we've got a number of milestones listed out here along with a work breakdown structure. Just to note that the milestones, the first 5 milestones that you see are designed to build out that system that Chief De La Garza was referring to. And the collaborating with justice partners is working with those entities who get their electronic data with the necessary location information of where the citation or arrest was made, and then correspondingly create data pipelines to consume it. So we plan on getting this done by the end of the 2027 fiscal year.
Okay, thank you very much. I do believe Senator Scheibel has a question.
I think my question was covered by the presentation. It is nice to see you here, Chief Judge, and the rest of the staff. I guess one kind of follow-up I do have is about the ongoing reporting requirements and whether that will be fully automated or you anticipate additional costs to have staff compiling and submitting those reports.
Harrison Kirschner again, on the record. No, that this is designed to design a fully automated system that will do the monthly reporting with the more detailed information, as well as the annual aggregate information.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, unless I see more questions, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here all day.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will go to item N, which is the request for transfer from the account for foreclosure.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Perry Fagan, Perryfaigin. I am the Deputy Director with Business and Industry, also President of Home Means Nevada, Inc. Home Means Nevada respectfully requests approval and transfer of $76,809 from the account for foreclosure mediation assistant pursuant to NRS 107.080. These funds are going to continue to be used solely for the administration and operation of the foreclosure mediation program, which includes case administration, statutory compliance, and certificate issuance. Supporting documentation was provided, which included projected expenses, notice of default, NOD numbers, and was also provided previously. If I may, I also would like to just provide you with a little bit of a state overview regarding the foreclosure current activity and numbers, which you might find a little interesting. With fiscal year currently 2026 through March of this year, we have a total of about 2,218 notices of default. That's compared to 1,798 notices of default for last fiscal year. So this is an increase of just over 23% currently year to date through March. And also just to give you a quick update, the top 5 counties currently driving that growth, number 1 is Clark County, followed by Washoe County, as well as Nye, Lyon, and Elko County behind those. Those are your top 5. So with that, I stand for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know that I see any questions. So with that, I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to item O, Department of Business and Industry, Housing Division. And this is informational only.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Steve Acroth, your administrator for the Nevada Housing Division. Just to give you a verbal update on the information that was presented to you, I believe in February. As of April 14th, we now have, if you look at the spreadsheet at the top, where it was indicated we had 19 projects completed in February, we now have 23 projects completed. We have 23 projects that have spent over 75% and 10 that we're still working on that are less than 50% for a total of 56 projects. As of 2 days ago, 80% of the funding has been spent of the initial $500 million for the projects. And I can tell you from going out yesterday and looking at various projects within the state, Everything is coming out of the ground. Everything is going vertical in the new development projects, and everything is anticipated to be spent by December 31st of 26. With that, I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much, and thank you for sitting here all day, Mr. Acroft. All right, with that, we will go to item P, which is Office of the Governor, and also informational only, and it is the Core NB project.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Director Brian Bowles, BOWLES, of the Office of Project Management. We are here to deliver our semi-annual report by your request for the periods of July 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. I know due to the nature of our repeated reporting with this body, you are probably aware of most of the events that occurred with the Core NB project over that term, but just to give you a highlight, it is a period in which the office worked diligently towards our Phase 1B and Phase 1C deployments for the human resources management system, including payroll, and bringing the Nevada Department of Transportation into the financial system with the rest of the state. Both of those went live in October, and we proceeded to end out the reporting period in November and December with hypercare from those go-live events. Bringing us up to date, which is a little bit more relevant, we're very proud to report that our Phase 2 is underway and moving swiftly. We have already put 4 successful deployments behind us from the sub-vendor NeoGov and the HR solutions that we brought live, 1 in January and the other 3 in March recently. We are on target, on time, and on budget for deployments in July, October, next January, and into the following quarters of the next calendar year. And we are here for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions from the committee about this? Usually this can be a hot topic, so you better quit while you're ahead, huh? Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for waiting through our agenda. And with that, I'll close out P and we'll go to Q. And Q, we have Q10, D1, 10D2, and 15A. So go ahead when you're ready. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Laura Rich, Director of Human Services. We're here to provide a brief recap or update on the Unity Replacement Project, which is the child welfare system for the Division of Child and Family Services. With me today, I have Ms. Kim Abbott, who is the Division Administrator. Also in the north, we've got Christina Hadwick and Mandy Davis, our fiscal folks up there. So just a little bit of background. This project was funded entirely through ARPA and matched with Title IV-E federal funds. And so there is no general fund associated with it. We do have obviously some, pretty hard timelines around the ARPA. It has to be spent by December 31st. But the additional timeline we're working around as well is we are on the Unity system is on the state mainframe, and so it's very, very critical that we move to another system in order to be able to get off the state mainframe, which is going to be very expensive, very costly to continue to be on. DCFS will likely be the last system on this mainframe, and so it's a critical project for us to get to accomplish in order to get off that mainframe. Later in 2025, an RFP went out. A contract was awarded to a vendor in December of 2025. Unfortunately, since this is getting federal funds through Title IV-E, this is being funded by the Title IV funds, we are reliant on the Administration of Family and Children to approve our what is called our APD, which is Advanced Planning Document. In January, they informed us that that advanced planning document, there were some concerns, a lot of concerns around the contract and how that was set up. And they let us know that this would not be, it would not get approved in the status that it was at the time. So we essentially had to start from scratch at that point. And I think the committee probably knows this, but just to remind the committee, I was appointed in January. Ms. Abbott came right after, I think. And so we kind of took the charge here and tried to come up with a Hail Mary, essentially, because we had to start over from scratch. We did reach out to 3 different vendors and asked them for solutions, including the vendor that was awarded the original contract. And let me back up that original contract because we could not get approval from the Children's Bureau. We had to terminate that contract and start over. So we did reach out to 3 different vendors and got some solutions, different solutions from at least 2 of them. And the problem, or really what we're looking at is the solutions because of the timing situation that we're facing. We have to get this money spent by the end of the year, the ARPA money at least spent by the end of the year. And this is an IT implementation, right? You typically don't rush these things. And so if we wanted anything that was tailored to Nevada specific, we weren't going to get that done. So we really just had to look at solutions that would get us about 80% of the way there to really be able to, run a child welfare system in our state, for the basic solution that wasn't Nevada specific. I do expect though that, this is such an antiquated technology that we have in place today. The Unity system it's about 25 years old. So even at 80% of the way there, I think we're going to have a better solution on day one than we do today. So we are now at the point where we have a potential solution in place. That contract will be going to May BOE, and we will start work essentially the day after. We don't have a day to spare, but for us, it's good news. Like I said, this was a Hail Mary. We did not think we could get something like this accomplished so quickly, but we knew it was critical. It was critical to the state. It was critical to the counties. So I think that this is a good solution. I think we're confident that we will be able to spend. We've got a good plan in place to spend the ARPA money down. We're using the ARPA money first, and then that Title IV will be used after January 1st. So with that, I think that was a really fast and brief update. I know we're at the end of our day, so I wanted to keep it as short and sweet as possible. So I'm happy to take any questions.
I do believe that Assembly Member Backus has some.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I think I have a couple, but let me first ask my first question, because now I just heard that so we're in a situation where we have a second contract for the new Unity type program. With that, you're going to the BOE, but I have kind of a 2-part question. One, has the Children's Bureau approved this second contract? And then my second part of my question would be, if it wasn't approved at the BOE, which I'm hoping that won't be the issue. I think the harder part is I want to make sure that it's approved by the Children's Bureau. What would you guys do? Would you return the ARPA funding if it was not approved by BOE?
Laura Rich for the record. So we learned our lesson. I think that one of the problems that we had with that first contract was that the Children's Bureau was not involved in these conversations. They became aware of this after the fact. And so we have learned our lesson. We engaged them on day one. And, after we found out that this was the situation we were facing in January, and we explained our timing challenges, the funding challenges, and they committed to us to work with us as much as they possibly could, and they have kept their promise. We meet at least every other week. We have at least initially proposed or showed them the proposals from the vendors and gotten some kind of verbal, yes, this is, this looks good. I think this is a good solution. We've also gotten a commitment from them as well to expedite this. They know, they understand that we need this approved ASAP. And so I think that we've got a really good working relationship with them. If there were any big problems, they would be willing to work with us to solve those problems, or that's the impression that we've gotten so far, that they've been really, really good partners. Typically, they take 60 days to turn this around. They've committed to us to do this much more quickly. So the contract will be on the BOE agenda for May, but it will be contingent on Children's Bureau approval, which, not to say it's a guarantee, but we know that we can work with them to get to that yes and get to that approval. So I feel pretty confident that that one way or the other, we will get there.
Madam Chair, are you okay if I clarify? So say things go sideways and for some weird reason, the Children's Bureau does not approve it. At that time, we're running against a deadline with ARPA fundings. I take it you would, like, the intern contact like the GFO and let them know that the money will be returned to be reallocated to be used and spent by the end of December of 2026?
Laura Rich, that is correct. We have been working very closely with GFO. We want to make sure that this money is spent one way or the other, right? So whether it's through this project or another project, we will make sure that, we'll work with GFO to get that, to make sure that that gets spent.
And then, Madam Chair, one final question. And then if everything works out, it's approved by the BOE, the Children's Bureau approves it, what does the timeline look for getting the new Unity type program installed, and so that the $16+ million of the ARPA funding is being able to be spent by the end of December?
Laura Rich, for the record, so that the implementation timeline is a little over a year to implement. So we plan to start, we don't have a day to waste. We plan to start the day after we get approval. We plan to have this go live in July of 2027. So we do have a plan in place and deliverables in place to be able to spend down some of those funds. Now, remember, it's not just the implementation, but we also have things like a PMO, IB&B, right? So there's separate contracts that also have oversight over these, are related to this implementation. And so we are very confident that we can spend down those ARPA funds by December.
All right, any additional questions on this? Assemblymember O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Chair. Somewhat along those same lines, and put, I think, some of our concerns at ease. The system that you're currently looking at, your provider, is it used in other states? So it's already been tested basically and acceptable. It's a straight COT system. Will it carry forward the information that's in Unity now and feed into it, so we don't lose or have to run a parallel system?
Laura Rich, for the record, yes. So one of the only ways that we were going to be able to get this approved is if it was a system that was already proven and in place in another state. So yes, this is a system that, and that's why we're getting the 80%, because it's the national standard and a system that would apply to any state in child welfare. And so that piece of it is that's a standard that's been proven in other states through their system. We've actually spoken to at least one of their states, if not two, to get feedback on their experience with that system and through that vendor. So we feel pretty comfortable that, there's been we got really good feedback from the state, and I'm sorry, the other part of that, the migrating data.
Yeah,
yes.
your
So,
historical data that's in
yes.
Unity now will be interfaced or loaded up.
Correct. So we will be migrating. We're still in discussions about, you want to migrate only clean data, and this system is very, very old. And so we're still trying to figure out what will be migrated and what will not, but we will have the data available regardless in a system, in a kind of a data warehouse to access no matter what. So I think regardless, we're not losing any data.
What were the two states that you contacted?
One of them was Wyoming, and I can't remember the other one. We actually talked to a few different states with different vendors. So, but I know that one was for Wyoming.
Very good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you as well. Any additional questions? All right. This is an informational item only. So we will go on to Q10D2.
Thank you, Chair. Kimberly Abbott, for the record, ABB OTT, and I serve as the administrator of the Division of Child and Family Services. This item is on regarding Assembly Bill 515 from last session. That statute was put in place to deal with the adoption savings issue. The statute did several things. It ended the reversion of unspent categorical grant funds for adoptions assistance back to the general fund. It appropriated about $8 million of state general fund to begin addressing the adoption savings liability. It mandated that we engage in a retrospective audit of past expenditures, and we look at any costs that might be able to be allocated as adoption savings so that we could offset that liability. And then it also required that we develop a forward-thinking plan of how we were going to spend this past savings, as well as on an ongoing basis, how we were going to reinvest that savings. There was a work group constructed that took this work very seriously. There were 5 meetings of the work group between July of last year and January of this year. We included members from DCFS as well as Clark and Washoe counties. We included the governor's finance office. And the results of that work group are what you have before you in the report that was submitted. My apologies to the committee for the inconvenience of the fact that we had a last minute edit last week. I will just say that the timing of when this report was originally due to the legislature was literally the day after, 2 days after I stepped in as acting administrator. I hadn't even been appointed yet as interim administrator. It was due in the weekend in between. When it came to my attention, it needed some work and some revisions. So as we did some revisions to that report, there was an error. The work group throughout its time had been talking about a plan for reinvestment over 6 years or 3 biennia. That had been the discussion throughout the work group. The version of the report that got submitted in February had a 4-year, 2 biennia discussion, and therefore the calculations of the amounts did not match that time frame. That was brought to our attention last week when people, I think, were probably reviewing in advance of this, and we realized the error. So the new revised report that got filed last week, the only difference is, I think it was about 4 or 5 instances of changing that 4 years to 6 years and 2 biennia to 3 biennia. So that's the only change in the report. In the report, it documents sort of the history of how we got here and how adoption savings came to be. It also overviews the work that the work group did to do the audit that was required by the statute. And that was to go back and look and see if any of the items that had been spent and any of the work that had been done previously could be counted as adoption savings so that we could spend down this liability. The work group concluded that there were not any instances that were things that we could count as adoption savings. The adoption savings requirements are pretty specific and pretty strict. And it was I was not obviously on the work group. This happened before my arrival, but my understanding it was pretty unanimous among the county partners, the state that was involved, the contractors we had working on this, that there were not any expenses identified that would be qualifying. And so then the work group put together a plan on how we were going to spend this money moving forward. It was very important to the group because the needs are very different in different communities and different parts of the state, that the county child welfare agencies and the state each maintain some autonomy in how they're going to do this. We wouldn't have a cookie cutter approach that everybody had to do it the same way. But what they did request, and what we are in the process of implementing, is that we would have some consistency in the reporting and managing of this going forward. And so there would be a consistent reporting form and a policy around how we would collect this information from the counties, and as the state be able to report it to the feds and to this body moving forward, so that we had appropriate information and that we had a better handle on this to stay on top of the spending moving forward. And then each of the jurisdictions are busy working on their implementation, putting new projects in place to be able to spend down these funds in accordance with the plan set forward. So that's my general overview as I understand where we are, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I do believe Assemblymember Nadeem has one.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a question. Representative from the Division of Child and Family Services, Clark County Child Welfare, and Washoe County Child Welfare, excuse me, should provide the committee with the steps they have taken to review the various enhancements implemented since federal fiscal year 2015 under the optional Title 4E programs, and indicate how they determined that no eligible funding sources were identified to meet the state's existing liability.
And I believe we have Clark County with us here, and I believe we have Washoe County with us up north.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Dondera Loop and members of the Interim Finance Committee, Joanna Jacob, JACOB, no S, on behalf of Clark County. I see Ms. Matievich at the table with us. So both she and I did participate in the work group with the parties that Director Abbott mentioned. And I can tell you that we looked at a variety of the budget items that were asked to be looked at in the bill. The bill AB 515 was one that Clark County presented, and so I'm very familiar with it. It was looking back at state revenues. That was very specific in the bill. We looked at opioid funding. We looked at other types of enhancements such as extended foster care and other things that had been put in place since federal fiscal year 14. And while I'm giving this overview, if I leave anything out, I'll ask Ms. Matievich to correct me or to add to what I'm saying. When we looked at that, the complex part of this really is that there is a kind of, I'm going to use the term lasagna of funding, where there's a lot of federal funding that is mixed into the budget enhancements through 4E, 4B, reimbursements that are able to be given. The opioid funding was discussed, but there is, as Director Abbott had mentioned, a very strong prohibition against supplanting things that have already been funded and that were looked at. So the intent of the adoption savings funding is to supplement services and not to do things that had been paid for, traditionally paid for, I guess. I hope I'm making sense, that had been paid for through the years in foster care. So for example, on the incentive funding that goes to Clark County Block Grant, our block grant, for example, was really complicated because it is itself a block grant. So when it was put into place, it was basically a block of money that was given to Washoe and Clark. And then there is a stream of funding that sits outside of that known as the incentive grant. The incentive grant is, in my opinion, titled incentive, but the genesis of that grant in 2011 is not really new funding that was put in place, but it actually represented the county funding that had been put in place before the block grant. And so we were under this, when the block grant was put into place, that was carved out. And then there was a process for us to reapply back for essentially the funding we had already been allocating. For those of you who served in the legislature during the pandemic, Clark County went on the record during that time when there were proposed budget cuts about the incentive funding to say that's not truly, in our mind, an incentive funding that is discretionary. It is used by Clark County, and I'll let Ms. Matievich can talk about how they use it in Washoe, but it's used for us to meet requirements that we have to meet for the federal plan. That is to say, it is existing programs and not something that we can supplant. We concurred. Director Abbott talked about the consensus, very strong consensus that we had with the external consultants who assisted us in this review, and the governor's finance office and Washoe County and Clark County, and we were all in agreement. We had some very long meetings and discussion about this, but that is what we did when we went and took a look back. And I will stop there, Chair Dondero Loop, and see if you'd like to hear from Washoe County.
We would. So thank you very much for that information, and we'll go up north and go ahead when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Dondero Loop, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich, CADENCE, and I serve as Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. My comments will be similar to my colleague, Ms. Jacob, and in direct response to your question, Assemblymember Nadeem, the counties were requested by the consultant hired by DCFS to provide information about our expenditures from fiscal year 15 through fiscal year 25, knowing that at that point, we were still in process of fiscal year 25 when we began the audit. We looked at things, as Ms. Jacobs said, like our block grant, the incentive dollars, 4E dollars, other specialty foster care amounts that were awarded, and other one-time funds that had been awarded for support of our child welfare programs over that period. It was important that we look at what's known as the 30% rule. If you look at page 5 of 18 on the report that's been presented, you'll see that at least 30% of the savings calculated must first be spent on certain categories. So we looked for those things. We looked at the requirement that the funding source could not be federal funds. And in many cases, the enhancements that had been made throughout one-time expenditures or increases to rates had come from federal funds, so those were not eligible. And then finally, that they must supplement and not supplant. And so through that process, we were not able to identify anything in Washoe County's expenditures that would have been an eligible adoption savings reinvestment expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do believe Vice Chair Monroe Moreno has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not necessarily a question, but more of a statement. We have worked extremely hard over the last 10 years on this issue, and thought that some of the work that we had done with the enhancements and legislation that we passed would reduce the existing liability. We worked really hard last session of trying to identify things. So, moving forward, we want to make sure we're doing the right thing and focusing our efforts in the right way. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to request that DCFS seek a formal guidance from the Federal Children's Bureau about whether expenses supporting adoption and kin gap cases under the existing Young Adult Support Services Program are eligible to reduce the state's existing adoption savings liability, and provide an informational item to this committee at our next meeting, if at all possible. But if you don't have it back by then, at the meeting following that, that will give this body better guidance going into the next legislative session of where we should focus our efforts to make sure that we're doing the right thing to bring this down, and the right thing for our kiddos. Being a foster kid myself, who was blessed to be adopted, want to make sure we're doing the right thing for those families and for the kids.
And I'm sorry, Vice Chair, if I may, Kimberly Abbott for the record. Can you repeat? I did not write fast enough because I was engaged in what you were saying. I think there were two specific types of funding you wanted us to get the formal report on. Could you repeat that just so I make sure we're thorough?
Yes, I will repeat the whole thing, and I will talk slower. I'm sorry. To get formal guidance from the Federal Children's Bureau about whether expenses supporting adoption and kin gap cases under the extended Young Adult Support Services Program are eligible to reduce the state's existing adoption savings liability, and provide an informational item to this committee on the guidance that you received at a future meeting.
And we can send that to you via email as well.
Thank you. I think I have it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. All right. If there are no more questions, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you for coming to Las Vegas. It helps when we have a face to look at right here in the room. And to those of you up north, thank you for being there all day. And we will close out this particular item. And now we'll go to, because it's informational only, we'll go to 15A, the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Last but not least, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and Vice Chair and committee members. Ryan Shane with Nevada Division of Forestry. I'm the State Forester. Joining me today is Eric Antol, Deputy Administrator, and Jessica Kemmer, Administrative Services Officer over the Incident Billing Unit. We're here today to address the semi-annual report on the status of incident billing for the period of July 1 through December 31 of 2025, according to the letter of intent issued in the 83rd legislative session. And that report addressed three main items, and we've made significant progress in all of those items. The first one being wildfire incident billing. And the numbers are very promising, showing that our processes and systems are healthy and functional. And the compliance with the audit, LA 2604, is almost fully complete. And the methodology to allocate incident billing unit costs has subsequently been incorporated into a work program that has been submitted for June IFC. and we stand ready for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Neal, did you have a question on this? If not, I do.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam
please.
Chair. So, in our backup, we know that there have been, delayed billing for out-of-state entities. How long does it take on average to get to issue an invoice for an out-of-state incident?
Brian Shane for the record. Can I go direct, Madam Chair?
Please.
Senator Neal, appreciate the question. Our timelines are 90 days for a cooperator when they come back from an incident out of state to their home base to issue us a bill. And then we have 90 days from the payment of that bill to issue an invoice to our paying entity out of state. And so typically that's the timeline that we're floating on. We can issue one potentially before that. It's probably a little more rare that it happens after that, but there are instances when that does occur. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Can I have a follow-up? Sure. So knowing that it's a 90-day window, and I guess I just need to know this for my own edification. So then how did you guys end up, where the audit found that there were, it was the 32.6 million in unsent invoices? So how did that occur if there was a 90-day window? Did the 32 million of unsent invoices fall within that 90 days, or was that outside of the 90 days?
Good afternoon. This is Eric Antel, Deputy Administrator for the Nevada Division of Forestry. During the audit, we had changed and updated our processes and moving through the fire billing system. And we are also in a revision with the WFPP, which is the Wildland Fire Protection Program. And within that revision of that program, we had put the time frame of the 90-day requirement for the cooperators to submit their bills, which then increased the efficiency and timing of the billing that we are seeing now today in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have a follow-up? So in the delays that you just explained and taking on a new system, did it fall within the 90 days or outside of the 90 days?
Brian Shane for the record. So the 90 days for the cooperators that typically go out of state and give us a bill that we end up paying, that timeline wasn't in the original WFPP agreements that were in place when the bills that the audit covered were incurred, I guess, or submitted. So that's part of this whole correction factor that we needed to put in place so that we had a dependable timeline on the front end so that we could play the appropriate timeline on the middle portion of the process in order to expedite the return of reimbursements back to the state. If I didn't answer your question, be happy to take it further.
Madam Chair, I'm going to close up. I'm not going to ask anything else. Thanks, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. I have one random question because I've had a couple emails on this and I don't know if you can help me. I've had a couple people email me and ask me if they were, while I recognize it may be the U.S. Forest Service, they asked me if they were moving the Forest Service office out of Reno. Do you know that to be a fact or to be fiction?
Ryan Shane for the record. The office in Reno, there is a Rocky Mountain Research Center that I believe is based out of Reno proper, and that is scheduled from the U.S. Forest Service to be closed.
What that really means and the allowability of people to work remotely out of Reno, I don't know. Definitely a Forest Service question. And I want to just say that the Sparks office of the Forest Service, which is the headquarters of the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest, will stay put as far as I understand it.
Thank you. That clarifies things, and now I can answer these emails. Thank you. All right. With that, we appreciate you being here today. We appreciate you being last ones, maybe the first ones in and the last ones out, but we thank you for your time, and we're almost to the crazy time of year for you, so please be safe. Thank you. All right. With that, I will close this item, and we will move to the next agenda item, which is public comment. This is the last period of public comment. For those providing public comment, please remember to state and spell your name for the record. To call in to provide testimony, please dial 888-475-4499. When prompted, the meeting ID is 818-4990-6136, and then press pound. When you're asked for participant ID, please press pound. This is also on the agenda. I will start here in Las Vegas. I think we've successfully run everybody off. Looks like we've done the same in Carson City. If there's no one there, AVH, we will go to the phone lines. Go ahead when you're ready.
If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press *9 or raise hand in the Zoom window to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers wishing to participate at this time.
Thank you very, very much. And with that, that completes our agenda today. I want to thank all of you that stayed with us today. This has been a long day, and I appreciate your expertise and your time. It looks as though we have lost Senator Titus and Assemblywoman Dickman. I don't know where they went, but they're not with us. So with that, I thank all of you that did stay. I appreciate it immensely. And we will see you all in June for the next IFC. So thank you very much. And this meeting is adjourned.